Hi. 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 Hey y'all. Hi hi. Hi guys. How you doing? Hi. Can we get some highs in chat? Hi. Hi. Some Oneesan wave. Or Oneesan wave. Yeah. Hi. 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 Ah, sorry about the macaroni. It was really good though. It was good. Craft dinner. Excellent staple Canadian meal. Delicious. It was good. It was good macaroni. Had that perfect macaroni taste, smell, and sound, you know? Sounds like good macaroni. Hiya hiya. Hiya hiya. So, what'd you guys get up to? I know we did a very small stream yesterday because we were hopping around with virtual market and then some shenanigans with racing horses and all that stuff, and then it was late because first of all, I started stream very late yesterday, very late. I think it was like 7 p.m. when we started stream. It's almost 4 p.m. here. This is a little late, later than what I wanted to start for stream. Um, but we're slowly getting back into the swing of things. This week, as I said before, is mostly guerrilla streams. So we've been just like kind of winging it. I've been getting stuff done, getting back into some good habits. After our long don't think just stream subathon. Thought the average Canadian meal started with Tim Hortons. Not in this economy anymore. Not in this economy. Even Tim Hortons is expensive now. But craft dinner's forever. Craft dinner has reliably been like the low to middle class meal. And then if your parents care about you, they'll slice up hot dogs in it so you have protein. Or tuna. I don't mind tuna mixed in with my craft dinner. Not bad. It's not bad. Personally, I'm not a fan of hot dogs, mostly because like unless it's like the all beef hot dogs, my tummy is kind of sensitive when it comes to like pork. So, Vienna sausage. oh, is that is your name Qui Gon Jinn? Am I pronouncing that? Unless this is French, and then it would be oui ganja. But I am feeling this is a Qui Gon joke. Star Wars guy, but weed. Yes, okay. That's what I figured. That's what I figured. That's is very funny. It gets like a half chuckle out of 10, which is good for a username because like it's good to get a half chuckle from usernames. Mm-mm. Also, how are you doing, Drop Musta? How you doing? Are you do are we talking about like the music trap or or I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Why am I questioning you guys about your usernames? Why not? Why not? You know, some people might judge me. Some people might judge me for my name because like I'm not Asian at all. Like so but I am an anime girl, so like some people think it's like weird that I have Ayumi as my name, which is like a common Japanese name, rather than say like something more North American for my VTuber name. But I don't know, I've always just resonated with it. And when I was trying to find something that I felt like suit me and suit the character, I came up with this in like 2020. So I mean, before that, my name was like not Western, but not Asian either. Well, I mean, it still is technically Asian, but it was like referencing something specifically, so it wasn't really like a name. It was more like an object kind of name. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's pretty common for a decent amount of Western VTubers to still have like Asian style names just because of the genre that we're in, especially with the style of content we do. So I just think if I was ever IRL attending something and I introduced myself in Japan as Ayumi, I might get some weird looks. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's just like people on social media being extra about it, though. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Because this is probably going to be a YouTube VOD. You know why? You know why this is going to be a YouTube VOD? Because we're going to be exploring some more Warhammer lore today. That's right. If you clicked on this video, we doing Warhammer lore. Unless manager cut out the intro. Manager might do that. Manager might do that. Mm. Okay, okay. Aw, that's really sweet, Trapmaster. All right, I hope you have a good one. I hope you have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate ya. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we shall be doing some Warhammer lore today. Before that, I must draw your attention to look right there. You see that? You see that? Merch! Merch! The merch has been launched recently, and the Yandere style 3D mousepad is only available till the 3rd. So it's a rare variation, and it is only available during Spooky Month. So please, if you're like my yandere expression more, or you like me to look just a little bit more mischievous, hmm, then I recommend grabbing that yandere one before it leaves the store. The other two merch items, the regular Booba Mouse Pad and my Sandy, will be staying as permanent merch placements there, so you can get the merch at any time. But yeah, merch hammer 40K, man. Man, I'd hope not. I'd hope not. I don't want to get sued by GameWorks. No merch hammer. I think most people who make derivative fan arts are usually okay to sell that kind of merch, but I just want to be extra careful. Hmm. But I think it would be cool to get sister of battle, art one day, maybe. Because apparently I can't be a space marine if I'm a girl. What if what's a girl gotta do to get emperor seed in in me? Apparently only boys get emperor seeds. Whoa, okay. Hey. I mean, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Stop right there. You can be a custodian. Can girls be custodians? Heretic. What's heretical about wanting the Emperor's seed? If anything, that sounds like I am a very loyal, um, loyal 40K member. Phrasing? Phrasing. If anything, you're heretical for saying that it's for taking it that way. What are you, some sort of Slaneshi degen? Sounds like you're the one spewing heresy here. Hmm. 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 Just saying. Just saying. You have an Uno card ready. Don't do this. Listen, it's not my problem that you don't like to admit that you're wrong. That's a personal problem. For the Emperor! Yes, for the Emperor. Okay. Speaking of for the Emperor, we are going to start with one Bricky video. Which means, yes, you have to watch through one Bricky video with me, but this time it's going to be a little bit more recent of a Bricky video, lore-wise, and then we are going to do an actual deeper dive with some Louitin video. Yo, I missed anything? No, just me talking about the Emperor's Seed. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But yeah. Let's get going here. I'm just gonna get this video ready. But yeah, this one is now the previous Bricky videos we were watching were like 4 years old. This one's only 2 years old, and it's every single Warhammer Space Marine Legion in a nutshell. Hopefully this will warm us back up into lore, which is Bricky is excellent at hyping up this shit and warming us up into that lore mindset that I need to collect the knowledge sense of space in my mind. I don't know. I don't know how to phrase this properly. I had this is better in my head where words were not necessary. So Ana. Hey Mike, thank you so much for the resub. Arigato. 37 months too. That's crazy. But we're gonna kill that BGM. And we're gonna go watch some videos. We're gonna watch some videos. Let's do this. Boop. Okay, we are in our corner. We are ready to watch some Bricky. I don't think he gets to wear the pants in this one. I think, which makes me a little sad. I like the previous videos because he's wearing cool pants, but that's okay. That's okay. We get no pants Bricky this time.
To the people on the internet,
hi.
The time has come. The reckoning begins.
Oh.
Your boy got himself a shaker cup.
Yeah. Woo! Okay. Speaking of, if you want me to have my own shaker cup, please, exclamation point GG in chat. No, not that one. Not that one. This one. This one. GG. Please use my code when purchasing your gamer subs. Every order adds to my metrics and gets me closer to getting the gamer subs. So, yeah. Awesome. We're gonna see Bricky's doing his little gamer subs intro, and then we're gonna watch him drink a little bit, and then we get into the video. But Bricky also likes gamer subs. I think I recall seeing him on a drop a long time ago when I didn't know who Bricky was, and I regret it because now I don't have the Bricky cup SMH. I hope he releases a new cup soon so I can get it. I like collecting the cups. They're really cool. And the flavors are delicious. Ask me my flavor recommendations later on when we have a drink break. Man, you can really hear him gulping.
Hello everybody, my name is Bricky, currently stuck in the walls of the most prodigious school in the Imperium by punishment for falling asleep during class. God bless the Schola Progenium. Many of you have come across my Every Faction Explained video. Firstly, thank you. Secondly, we are here to dig a little deeper. Space Marines are the quintessential poster boys of Warhammer 40,000. When people think 40K, they think Space Marines, but there are many types of Space Marines.
Many.
Formed from 20 separate legions. We are going to rattle them off in order.
Excuse me, you mean 21?
and give you a quick rundown of each one. A disclaimer, like in my every faction video, this is a mix of
sorry. No, there's not 21 legions. Ignore what I said. That doesn't exist. Please don't come after me for this. There's only 20 legions, not 21. Shh.
And memes. If I say the Salamanders Legion specializes in hugging children and petting puppies, they aren't exactly doing that, mostly. I would like to pet this creature. But you can infer that they care about civilians and are a bit kinder than the average Space Marine. A Space Marine being a genetically modified super soldier that's had 1 million new and terrifying organs shoved into them, refrigerators
and
strapped to their bodies, and are so far above the average human that they are referred to as demigods instead. Each Space Marine has a father, unlike you, a Primarch, which is basically an even bigger Space Marine that was forged in a lab by the God Emperor of mankind, that gigantic golden dude you see everywhere, who is both the leader and now the martyr of humanity. The Primarchs are his 20 sons, built in a lab, who lead 20 legions of Space Marines, who are their sons, not from a lab, but rather a dissection table, giving them the powers and skills of their associated Primarch via a gene seed, a special organ carrying the genetic makeup of their Primarch and, you know, their seed. So
see, Emperor seed. Gene seed. That's what I'm talking about, Vashon. Yeah, see? I'm not crazy. I'm not degen. I was talking real facts here. You just gotta know. How could you think I was talking about such heretical lewd Slaneshi actions of such as disgracing the Emperor, such as that, and disturbing his peaceful slumber? How dare?
Jagatai Khan of the White Scars has the genetic makeup that wants him to go really, really fast. Then his sons, the Space Marines, also want to go really, really fast. I should note that I'm only referring to the legions this time around. If you're interested in sub-factions like, let's say, the Black Templars, then it's not going to be here. However, I do have a excellent Black Templar video. I'd argue it's probably the most accurate one I can think of. It goes through the whole lore, everything about them. It's a very long video, and I'll put it in the description. Just look up Black Templar video in the description. You'll get what you need. And now, with the easy explanation out of the way, let us begin with our first Legion. Dark Angels. Allegiance? Loyal.
No?
Primarch Lion L. Johnston. A duelist. A knight. A real asshole, I'm not gonna lie. The single word descriptor? Paranoid. The Dark Angels are our first Legion, hailing from the death world known as Caliban. Their Primarch, Lion L. Johnson, is what happens when you try to make the side profile Chad meme into a genuine character. He is a master tier duelist.
Oh, it's Reinhardt. Kind of look like Reinhardt, like young Reinhardt.
A strategist and an overall...
And also like that one Warhammer dude who goes against the Lich King. I don't know. You know, like the main dude. You know, just gives a little bit of that vibes. I don't know.
There are few situations he isn't prepared for, and few fights he isn't ready to lead head on. This makes the Dark Angels have a very Knights of the Round Table vibe. They look like the Knights of old with these large suits of power armor, often donning robes
I like
and
the
hoods.
robes.
Their names also follow this. They have like Ezekiel, Azrael, Belial, Samuel, and so on. However, the common thing associated with Dark Angels...
Did I not say Warcraft? I said WoW, didn't I? I might have messed up my words. I'm probably gonna end up watching this VOD and I said Hammer. Oh, I meant War of the Warcraft. Did I say Warhammer? I meant Warcraft. Yes. Sorry. World of War. Imagine in another timeline, instead of World of Warcraft as the main MMO, we got like World of Warhammer. What would a 40K MMO? You're already there in your dreams. Like, imagine, I think the world is ready for a new Western MMO to dominate the sphere, and that's what we need. That's what we need. We need World of Warhammer right now. Right now. Except for I want the gameplay to be like Space Marine 2 for combat. Yeah. Please, GameWorks, please. Please.
Are the Fallen, a part of their faction that turned traitor against the Imperium, and they are very heavily trying to expunge all knowledge of them.
We had that one Warhammer MMO. Well, obviously it failed if I didn't know about it and the general populace doesn't know about it on the scale of World of Warcraft. Obviously, they got to do it better. Just like Final Fantasy had their Final Fantasy Online, the much older one, and then they made the 14 A Realm Reborn, which actually succeeded a lot more. Just saying. Do you know how vast Warhammer 40k lore is? No, and that's the exciting part. That's the exciting part. Very exciting. Oh, it was fantasy, so it wasn't 40k, it was just Warhammer. It was like whatever. Oh, okay. It was the fantasy Warhammer, not 40k. The pre-40k stuff.
Fallen? What Fallen?
Oh, so it had the rats, right? It had the rats.
Never heard of any Fallen. Do you know about the Fallen? We're gonna take you away and mind probe you to make sure you have never heard of the Fallen. They definitely don't exist, and if they do exist, which they don't, we will find them even though they don't exist. They love their interrogations. They thrive in it. Lionel Johnson is a scorched earth policy sometimes, and it's given to his sons in force, which makes sense considering that when the Lion heard of a Chaos Primarch on a homeworld different Primarch, whose mom was there, he was like,
load up.
Let's nuke it. The Dark Angels are a special group where they formulate themselves into 3 different factions.
What, did he call the Inquisition to do that? Because, like, isn't that what the Inquisition does? Is they just, like, nuke things? They're like, okay, we're just gonna... It's the last cause. It's just... No survivors. No witnesses. It was before the Inquisition. Ooh. So you could say that he maybe inspired the Inquisition, maybe? Maybe?
Wing Terminators, slow-moving, tough phalanx. The Raven Wing, fast jet bikes.
Oh, that's
and
a
flyers,
whole other
and the
book.
Green Wing, which is your standard Marines. They are a jack of all trades, but not in the sense where they're good at everything, but rather they have a lot of things that are good at specific things.
I need to backtrack just a little bit because I didn't hear the beginning of his sentence. I was thinking about nuclear bombs.
Themselves into 3 different factions. The Deathwing Terminators, slow-moving, tough phalanx. The Raven Wing, fast jet bikes and flyers. And the Green Wing, which is your standard Marines. They are a jack of all trades, but not in the sense where they're good at everything, but rather they have a lot of things that are good at specific things. Like instead of 20 people that have a multi-tool, they instead have 20 people with gigantic power tools for every job imaginable. If you like being suspicious about everyone and everything in your surroundings, but you also like to have a whole lot of deep knight type lore, run the Dark Angels.
The One Piece! The One Piece is real!
Our second Legion is a special one.
Special? Oh.
If you can see, the numbers all go to 11.
Wait. He. We're on to the third Legion now. What happened to the second Legion? See, this is why we start with the Brookie video. And then we need to dive deeper. We need to dive deeper. What horrors will await us?
Emperor's Children. Allegiance, traitor.
Oh.
Primarch, Fulgrim.
But why would it be called Emperor's Children? More like Emperor's fucking brats if they're betraying. What the? Oh no, I pressed a button. Give me a sec. There we go. They all have daddy
a
issues.
perfectionist, an artist, a sneaky snaky snake, and the single word
sneaky
descriptor, perfection. The Emperor's children are all about the pursuit of perfection. Perfection in all they do. Perfection in war, in artistry, and perfection in every other aspect of life. Their armor is a gleaming pink, purple, and gold. Their ships have spires of gorgeous marble and gold statues in their honor. Fulgrim is a man who believes the pursuit of perfection is the goal of all things. And I mean, look at him.
Because I feel like this is very, very decadent. Very decadent, you know?
He is not perfect. The hair, the features. As Primarchs go, he is the one you look at, and if 40K had a guy,
you look at a little submissive and
that would give you the best sex you've ever had.
Oh my god! This keeps happening. This keeps happening. I was like, this looks like it's gonna be this, and then Breaky just freaking confirms it.
And never call you back. This is the fucking guy. Which is
Griffin.
why this pursuit of decadence led them to the evils of chaos. Yes, Emperor's children are our first Chaos Legion, and not just a normal one. One devoted to, you guessed it, Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, God of unspeakable excess. The Emperor's children
Wait.
Would
Slaanesh be canonically a Fuda? Just wondering.
Pursuit are now horrifyingly mutated beings through Slaanesh's great will. They torture and maim to feel perfection through pain. They screech and attack with sonic weaponry for perfection through sound.
I'm just reading what chat's saying. I'm not saying yes. No, not me.
War. Fulgrim himself lost the battle against Slaanesh as a demon sword corrupted his mind and transformed him into the sexy man he was, into the sexy snake he is now. A demon Primarch, corrupted and bringing his legion's will by himself. As far as Emperor's children go, they are some bad people. They do horrible things to anyone and everything. In fact, they're such trolls that their battle cry is for the Emperor, despite being horribly mutated and corrupted. If you've ever taken a little too much of a drug, or maybe the music at the concert was too loud and you didn't bring any earplugs, or whatever the reason, you just take all those things and you dial it and you dial it and you twist it and the knob breaks. And that is the Emperor's children.
Oh boy.
God is dead. God we mean is dead. And we have killed him.
The Iron Warriors. Allegiance, traitor. Primarch, Perturabo, a warlord, a siege smith, an incel. Single word descriptor, siege. Continuing the trend of our Chaos Legions, we have the Iron Warriors led by Primarch Perturabo of Olympia. To understand the Iron Warriors though, one must first understand Perturabo. A man so bitter coffee beans run for light. A man who hates the world and everyone in it, who never got recognition for his deeds, who hates his brothers and hates their accomplishments even more. Someone so laughably petty, so incredibly bitter that he goes full circle to becoming likable. Why? Because he's competent. The Horus Heresy. We didn't talk about the Horus Heresy. Intermission.
Oh, we're gonna talk about the Horus Heresy again. Let's go. Man, just that, you know, that one time that everybody talks about, that nobody wants to talk about, but everybody actually wants to talk about. How many books are there on the Horus Heresy? Like, I just feel like there's a large percentage of media for Warhammer that's like just the Horus Heresy or like the events surrounding 56. Okay.
Son, right? You know, so the Emperor walked into his room. Horus said, Dad, I just gifted 150 subs to him.
And before someone in the comments corrects you, and 56 is not the number, but...
And she said my name a ton, and she loved me for it. I really think that I might get to meet her one day. And it kind of played out something like this.
Your feelings for her are not real. They are real to me!
And then it started playing out a little bit more like this.
Let the seas boil. Let the stars
Wikipedia says 64. Oh, okay. Volume.
So it takes the last drop of my blood.
Yeah. So Iron Warriors, the Horus Heresy wouldn't have gotten shit done without Peter Turbo. Imagine an entire faction that is the personification of brutal industrialism, where you serve the Legion until your dying breath. You build and you kill and you siege and you kill and you literally summon demons just to take them and trap them in machines and use them as cannon fodder. This is a thing they do. They summon demons to trap and use as shock troops. The Iron Warriors are siege warfare incarnate. They are heavy weapons, they are tanks, they are turrets, and they don't die. They hate Imperials, they hate Imperial Fists.
Do you need a pacifier, Iron Baby? No! No, I don't!
They are bitter incarnate. Perturabo and the Iron Warriors don't serve the Chaos Gods because they like them. They serve them because fuck you.
Come on, guys, let's go.
Not another speeding ticket. I'll fight it.
So they're just like they're not like aligned with any particular chaos god, I'm guessing. They just make use of whatever's the most useful to them so that they can keep killing and go fuck you, Emperor. Do I have that correct? My little Warhammer nerd net neats and chat? Is that correct? Yes. Yeah, okay. Pretty much. Okay. Because at first I'm like, Horde maybe? But I don't know. I don't see enough, like, blood for the blood god kind of thing going on. So, yeah.
In court, but I don't think they're gonna accept gotta go fast as a medical condition.
The White Scars. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Jagatai Khan, a speed demon, a plane strider, a roast god. Single word descriptor, speed. Hailing from Chagoris. The White Scars are all about speed. They love melee, but they love it even more when they are doing it from a motorcycle or land speeder. Or honestly, just running really damn fast. The White Scars are
board games on motorcycles!
honestly forgotten about a lot, and that's lore accurate. They are a legion that doesn't seek the recognition or glory from the combat they engage in. They engage in it because
they want to go fast
and because they love it. Not in the insane slaughter enjoyment of loving it, but in the thrill of the fight.
Oh. Yeah, you missed it. I think you missed it. The Iron Warriors? Yeah, you missed it. Are those your favorite Chaos Legion, Tech Priest? Trapping demons and machines? You go burr. Kill, kill, kill. Siege, siege, siege.
They are known as the Laughing Killers because they ride into battle with a smile on their face and a chuckle in their throat. And as you can tell by their Primarch's name, they are Mongolian based. Remove horses and replace them with motorcycles and land spears, and that's your style. They are heavily based on the old times of Genghis Khan, and consider this is 40k and everybody's evil. You know, that fits. The White Scars are actually physical scars on their body, going back to their heritage on Chagoris. The Khan himself is kind of a dickhead, but a reasonable one. He thinks ahead, he's intelligent, he's patient. He is often underestimated because he doesn't scream his accomplishments from the rooftops, which is what makes him and the White Scars date.
If he wanted to be truly Genghis Khan, he'd have to give in to Slanesh a bit, if you know what I'm saying. Most people are distant relatives of Genghis Khan, I believe, because of how many women he did things to non-consensually.
Dangerous. His skills are kept at bay, only to be truly shown when the time is needed. The White Scars are a forgotten legion often, but that doesn't diminish their accomplishments. All it does is surprise those who underestimate them. Speed, awesome Mongolian vibe they got going on, and if you really like to stab people, that's the White Scars for you. Shameless thirst
motorcycle
break.
stab.
This is dog.
Thirst break. Everybody, hydrate. Oh man, we're 13 minutes in too. My favorite number. 13. 13. 13.
Woof, 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 woof. Woof, bitch.
The Space Wolves.
The furries.
Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Leman Russ. A Viking, a Savage, the Undertaker. Single word descriptor, Wolf. There's
Wolf,
so many
wolf, wolf,
goddamn
wolf.
wolf units. Skater, how many units in the Space Wolves Codex have the word wolf in their name?
13 units!
The Space Wolves are the 6th Legion and hail from Fenris, a frozen
U.S. Homeland Security, thank you for the follow. You are watching a Canadian streamer. You're not a spy though, right? You're just coming to say hi, right? We're just buddies. Hey there, buddy. Hey there, buddy guy friend.
wasteland of a world with their Primarch, Leman Russ. I don't really need to spend a whole lot of time talking about the Space Wolves because it's very obvious who they are. They are the second most obvious what their shtick is Legion in the 20
they actually
legions,
ride
besides
wolves?
the world leaders. When you look at the Space Wolves behind, what do you see? Do you see Vikings in space? You've done it. Congratulations, you have found Vikings in space. But they have as much in common with a regular Marine as an old-day Viking with like a Roman soldier. You see, as a Space Marine, your body is so enhanced that you filter out poison, and so you can't get drunk. The Space Wolves distill a special mead out of a horrible poisonous plant that would kill a normal human. So they can get drunk. They have fangs in their mouths. They sometimes cannibalize their enemies. Sometimes they eat people because they gain knowledge about them from there and about battle plans. The Space Wolves are savages.
Crazy.
They're raiders. They're Vikings. But despite all of this, they are loyal to their core. Leman Russ is an egotistical guy who just...
You can really tell what age a lot of these Primarch designs were done in. All of them look like they stepped out of old WoW games, you know? Look at that high ponytail, so majestic, and the long flowing locks. I feel like he could look a little bit more Viking in my opinion if we got rid of the ponytail, maybe gave him a beard. I think he needs a little bit of a touch up, a redesign, but it's fine. It's fine. He can look like a deranged high elf without the ears. You know, someone's probably gonna get upset at me for this because he's not an Eldar, but you know, it gives WoW vibes. It gives WoW vibes to me. This artwork
shouts stories and tales.
There we go. He's looking more like Geralt there.
Everywhere they can. But at the same time, he was so damn loyal that instead of gunning down his foes, he hit him with a fucking backbreaker to show his devotion to wrestling. If you want Vikings in space, you found it. Play the Vikings in space.
We're gonna build the wall. We have no choice. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall.
The Imperial Fists. Allegiance, loyalist. Primarch, Rogel Dorn, a builder, a phalanx, and he needs a hand. Single word descriptor, fortify. The Imperial Fists are led by Primarch Rogel Dorn, their homeworld of Inuit. However, they themselves are actually a fleet-based chapter with their main source of recruitment coming from an enormous moon-sized ship called the Phalanx. The Fists are a chapter you think of when you think of duty. They love to serve. The love to serve and the inability to be moved. Rogel Dorn is an architect, a master builder, and basically a rock in brain and body. A lack of humor or ability to lie shows that he is as blunt as the weapons of
so he's autistic.
war he creates. Not the swords he makes, but blunt, strong weapons. The Fists are the...
Sorry. I'm just thinking the Iron Fists are autistic.
Same. Take your...
I'm saying positive autistic traits, but still. Oh my god, the Marines.
Typical American Marine style look, a buzz cut, a hard sense of duty, and then throw in some power armor and a love for building defenses, and you have the Imperial Fists. They are immovable. When you find a spot, they're ready to defend. You can't breach them. Their knowledge of defensive warfare is paramount. Without them, the Horus Heresy would have been so much more effective, but thanks to their insane and immovable tenacity, the Imperium lives today. And let's not forget that Iron Warrior and Imperial Fist rivalry. Want to know why the Iron Warriors are so bitter? These guys are the reason why.
Siege versus what was it? Fortify, basically.
Bring the thing! Where is he going? could have killed me! Hey guys! We missed! Get another!
Dorn and Perturabo are basically two sides of the same coin.
Oh my god, I need to see that full meme.
One is just a bit more level-headed and got better jobs. If you want to be defensive, to be good at everything Space Marines are good at, bolters, heavy weapons, vehicles, you want a classic military fighting force, start fisting.
I am having
Start
a very bad day.
fisting.
This
We'll quote him on that. Ooh, Night Lords. Sounds edgy.
today is one of the worst days.
Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. The Night Lords. Allegiance, Heresy.
Oh man, these are just like evil blood angels. Is this evil blood angel? Is this evil blood angel?
Primarch Conrad Kurz, a sadist, a vigilante, depresso espresso. Single word, fear. The Night Lords are my favorite legion, hailing from Nostromo and their Primarch Conrad Kurz. They are a traitor legion from a planet known as the Sunless World or the world.
Conrad. This sounds familiar. I feel like we've heard about Conrad before. I feel like, why is that name so familiar to me? I feel like it's just been brought up a lot. I'm trying to think. Totally not Batman. Edgelord Marines.
World of endless night. Nostromo is a horrible hive city that is known for being host to some of the worst gang violence, murder, and working conditions around. The only thing keeping the population in check is the suicide rate. The Night Lords followed in the footsteps of their Primarch, a man who believed in a twisted sense of justice and that the only way to make humans compliant is through fear. The Legion's lesson has been lost on them, as their ranks were repopulated by gang members, murderers, arsonists, torturers, and other words I can't say on YouTube, as young as 12 years old. Murderers before they were even teenagers, raised to become demigods. Now, fear is what they sow, and flesh is what they reap. The Night Lords are scum. They are the exact opposite of all other legions. They torture and they maim and they flay because they think it's fun. They run away often so they can come back and kill you with more numbers. They prey on the innocent and the weak. They kill normal civilians because it's easy and flee any battle where they don't possess overwhelming odds. They are the antithesis of normal Space Marines. They are scum. One time,
very scummy. I don't like that. Like, if you're gonna go evil, if you're gonna go with like a favorite Chaos Legion or like faction or whatever, to choose these guys, I don't know. I don't know about that. Like, running away from a battle unless you have a guaranteed win, just so that you can like kill and have the upper hand. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Their ships and brought it into atmosphere. The crowd
at least be a little original
as it appears
if you're gonna do that.
They had won the
They're
battle,
the opposite
and
of
the airlocks
original.
opened, and the skinned and flayed bodies of the crew were thrown down in the populace. In other words,
hallelujah.
A legion of gangers and criminals. Add together a heavy Slavic influence to them, and you've got my favorite faction.
That's the only cool part. That's the only cool part. I love the Slavic memes. Just the memes part. We squat. But Bricky, why is this your favorite faction? Do you just like it because it's bad? I don't get it. I don't get it. Bricky, why? 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 Maybe I don't know enough. I'll give him that. Maybe I don't know enough about this. But look at this smug ass expression on him. Look at this smug ass expression on him. Okay, so maybe the guy in the comments, he saw this video and he's not upset that Bricky makes videos that are entertaining. He's upset that Bricky likes the Night Lords. That's what they're upset at. You know what? You know what? If you need to say that, you should have just said that in the first place. What is we watching? We are watching every single Warhammer Space Marine Legion in a nutshell, made by Bricky. In fact, for Twitch, we're gonna do a shout out to Bricky here, just so you guys can check out his stream content as well. Thank you, Bricky. But also, wild. He likes the Night Lords that much. You know, it's weird because like he was talking about 4 years ago that his like favorite like faction was the what are they? The regular dudes? The green regular dudes that aren't Space Marines? I can't remember the name for it right now. Like just the regular humans. Like he was saying that was his favorite. And now this video that's 2 years ago, mind you, he might have his opinion changed now. His opinion might have changed now. Imperial Guard, yeah. He was saying Imperial Guard was his favorite 4 years ago. Now, as of 2 years ago, he is saying that Night Lords are his favorite. We could sum all this up so much faster. Yeah, but we are having an entertaining experience, and I'm enjoying yapping with you guys. Okay.
You have not done the dishes for 5 years.
Blood Angels, let's go.
People come over here.
What does it matter? You bring them over, you kill them. Vampires don't.
Wait. Tech, you said your favorite number was 8, and you don't like the 8th Legion Night Lords? Oh. Wait, what's the 13th Legion? Oh, Ultramarines. Okay. I feel like a basic bitch, but okay. You know, it's a...
dishes.
The Blood Angels. Allegiance, loyal. Primarch, sanguineous. An angel, a vampire, a dead-ass motherfucker. Single word descriptor, blood. The Blood Angels are 9th Legion, hailing from the homeworld of Baal, with their Primarch, sanguineous. The Blood Angels are a tragic tale with one of the best Primarchs, one beloved by almost everybody.
When you are a true follower of Khorne, there are no levels. There is just blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. So how dare you say that I'm only on level 1 and you are on level 8? How dare.
Genuine angelic figure who led his people to glory, killed.
Just because I freaking stutter does not mean anything. I can fix it in post. I'm not salty.
Hands of the traitor Horus before the Emperor's eyes. The death of their Primarch led the entire Legion to madness as their gene seed
Can we get some 07
and created
Wait. Can we stop for just a moment? And can we get some 07s in chat for our Lord and Savior Sanguinius? Should we 07 in chat? 07. Who? What do you mean who? Oh, 7. Thank you. Okay, well, we'll start this over for you again since you missed it, Vashon. Pay attention now. Class is in session.
Dishes for 5 years. So embarrassed when people come over here.
What does it matter? You bring them over, you kill them. Vampires don't do dishes.
The Blood Angels. Allegiance, loyal. Primarch, sanguineous. An angel, a vampire, a dead-ass motherfucker. Single word descriptor, blood. The Blood Angels are 9th Legion, hailing from the homeworld of Baal, with their Primarch, sanguineous. The Blood Angels are a tragic tale with one of the best Primarchs, one beloved by almost everybody. A genuine angelic figure who led his people to glory, killed by the hands of the traitor Horus before the Emperor's eyes. The death of their Primarch led the entire Legion to madness as their gene seed malfunctioned and created something known as the Black Rage. The Blood Angels degrade over
Wait. Is Black Rage different than Red Thirst? I haven't heard of the Black Rage before. This is new info acquiring. New info acquiring. Black Rage, Red Thirst? Or is this like the same thing? Do they have the red thirst before the black rage? Or does the red thirst intensified by the black rage and they have it more? They're both kind of the same thing? I'm Confucius.
Time experiences something called the red thirst, which gives them a genuine vampiric thirst for
okay, I missed a sentence there. Give me just a sec.
Known as the black rage. The blood angels degrade over time, experiences something called the red thirst, which gives them a genuine vampiric thirst for blood. As their minds degrade and break down, they get angrier and angrier, becoming berserk killing machines with no other goal than to tear everything in sight apart. But they don't see it as that. They see themselves there, at their Primarch's demise, with Horus in sight. And to them, it's time for vengeance. That Space Marine over there, that Chaos Space Marine, that's Horus.
That's
Kill
Horus.
him. That Orc War Boss over there, Horus. Kill him. That Tyranid Swarm, 1,000 Horuses. Horai.
Horai.
Did your toast come out a little bit burnt? Horus sabotaged your toaster. Destroy the toaster. Destroy it. Do it.
Destroy the
Do
toaster.
it. Kill your toaster. Do it. This slow, debilitating disease takes over the blood angels, and it gives them this angelic, vampire, and Catholic-inspired imagery. They have chalices of blood. They rest in coffins and can even use psychic powers to sprout angel wings from their bodies. They are a tragedy through and through, and the only thing that will look more tragic are the mangled bodies of those they come in contact with.
I got a diesel engine, and honey, we forgot to mention, we're gonna take your job away.
The Iron Hands. Allegiance, loyalist. Primarch, Ferrus Manus, a machinist, an inventor, and not a great head on his shoulders. Single word, bionics. The Iron Hands are from the home planet of Medusa and their Primarch, Ferrus Manus. Does Ferrus Manus have an iron hand? You fucking know he's got an iron hand. The Iron Hands believe that the flesh is weakness. But despite all of their enhancements, despite all the things that made them demigods, replacing some of the flesh with bionics will allow them to serve the Emperor more.
Oh,
They
hey,
go
wait.
hard.
He got the symbol. The tech, you always have that symbol. Is that the symbol? The symbol. No, don't know? Yes? But the symbol. The symbol. Ad's about to start. I will snooze it. I will save you. The ads have been snoozed. You're saved. You're saved, chat.
Will allow them to serve the Emperor more. They go hard into vehicles and dreadnoughts. Dreadnoughts being giant walking sarcophagi that have wounded space marines piloting them from the inside. Vehicles, metal upgrades. These are the things that make up this legion. Their tech marines have servo arms sticking out from all directions. They have a wide array of mechanics and extremely often replace limbs with metal ones, serving all kinds of different functions to deal with their enemies.
So, do these guys get along with the Ad Mechanicus? Do they get are they friends? Are they friends? Are they best? But yes and no. Okay. Do these guys get along with some of the, or a faction of the Ad Mechanicus? Some? Like, is there, do they have a best buddies group with some of the Ad Mechanicus? Like, you know, like, oh, we work together. Some are like, oh, you can join our club. Is it the We Fuck Robots Club?
The Iron Hands are also not particularly
what's happening?
nice.
Yeah, don't worry about
they're
it.
kind of assholes. I mean, Marines are already normally pretty big assholes, but they're a little bit up there because of their flesh, civilians made of flesh, because you see, the flesh is weak. Flesh is corruptible. Bionics, the strength of the machine is pure and cannot so easily be corrupted. So if you want people who have this little techno fetishistic vibe to them, that love their vehicles and their walking coffins, hit up the Iron Hands.
Understand, Commander? I was never here.
Legion 11. Why, hello there.
Yeah, I think we're gonna take a small break at that. You know, now that we watched that huge section on Legion 11, so we're gonna take a small BRB. So BRB. See you guys in like 5-10 minutes. Gonna play that ad during the break and get myself some gamer subs as well. So BRB. Boop. What the? Oh, IEP. 1 second, guys. Ah. Here we are. There we go. Itmanar, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. Thank you. But yeah, you know, the 11th Legion, I don't think we covered that fully, so let's just go over the 11th Legion again. I did indeed grab some gamer subs, though. Oh, I closed this a little too tight. There we go. Okay, and we are doing today a mixture of, oh my god, did I put this lid on wrong? It's just not sealing. There we go. There we go. I was really quick to make this because I was like, oh, I got groceries to put away, and then I was like, oh, gamer subs time. But we have So Depressed Despair and Shy Lily's Blowhole Blast. So it's a half and half mixture. So this would be either So Depressed Blast or Blowhole Despair. Or yeah, Blowhole Despair sounds good. This is Blowhole Despair, which is a mixture of kind of like gummy shark flavor and pear flavor, and I haven't tried this combination, so let's give it a sip. Let's give it a sippy. Depressed Blowhole. Yeah. I think Blowhole Despair sounds good. Oh. Yeah, that's getting like that's like an 11 out of 10, man. That's a really good combination. So I did 2 scoops of caffeinated for the despair, and 2 scoops uncaffeinated, and it's like a full jug. I'll usually have like a full cup of this like once a day. If I do like the ultra flavored version, you don't need this many scoops, but I like this many scoops. My recommendation is please follow the ratios that they recommend first. But I don't like flavored water. I like juice kind of person. So because I don't want extra caffeine, I just mix extra not caffeinated versions, because all the gamer subs flavors do also come in an uncaffeinated version. So this way I'm not too much caffeine, but I get all the good flavor. Yeah. Good. Let's continue on. What?
Stand Commander, I was never here.
Legion 11.
Wow.
Why, hello there. I have returned from touching grass.
Oh.
I know. I'm pretty cool with the grass touching. And now let's continue our Warhammer lecture.
This ruffles my jammies.
World Eaters. Here we go.
I am a super sandwich.
The World Eaters.
Oh.
Allegiance, Heretic.
This is
Primal,
corn. This is
Angron,
corn, isn't
a
it?
Butcher,
This looks like corn.
Like
This is
extremely,
corn.
earth-shatteringly, unreasonably fuck-ass mad.
Single word descriptor, anger. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Are you mad? Do you just fucking hate everything? Do you want to murder everything in sight and get rewarded for doing so? Then you should join the World Eaters. Home planet of Nuceria and Primarch Angron, who
Angron. Literally Angron.
is real fucking angry.
He's
Angron
really
was
freaking
raised
angry.
a slave, forced to fight in gladiator pits. When he refused, they shoved old world tech into his brain, so that if he ever felt any emotion other than anger, it caused him extreme pain. All his sons, wanting to be like their dad, also put a version of these nails in their brain. So now you have an entire legion
Very
who
angry.
literally feel unimaginable pain if they are feeling any emotion other than anger. Slap them with a freight train of armor, 2 goddamn chainsaw axes, and you can see what's gonna happen. It's no wonder they're corrupted by corn. They're honestly a surprisingly sad legion that I actually screwed up in assuming that they were all just angry murderers. I mean, they are. But they didn't start out that way. Their corn corruption degraded their intelligence, their free will, and made powerful warriors into arguably even more powerful warriors, but blunt, like frothing at the mouth psycho warriors. The World Eaters, like I mentioned in the Space Wolves, they wear their concept on their sleeve. They are angry, they want to kill things, they want to kill you, and maybe,
thank you for the follow. We got 2 followers. We got Def Zep and I can't read that. I'm sorry, but I appreciate the follow.
Some of their friends, and that's the faction. They're red, they're mad, they're gonna run at you and cause death. If you like that, you play the World Eaters, or you like it because they were, you know, at one point a lot better than that. Most of Warhammer was a lot better than that. I was once a lot better than that. That was when I was in college. I didn't finish college, and neither did Angron.
Neither did Angron. Damn.
Hail Caesar. If it's not done by sunrise, I'll cut your balls off.
The Ultramarines. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Rabute Gilliman. That's how it's said. An Analyst, a Diplomat, a Blueberry Boy Scout. Single word descriptor, duty. When you see Space Marines on a box or just Space Marines in promotional material, notice how they are always colored blue. These are the blue Space Marines. These ones here, the Ultramarines, who hail from the world of Macrog with their Primarch, Rabute Gorilla Man. Ultramarines are the white bread of Space Marines, the grilled chicken with salt and pepper. And this is by no means an insult. They are plain Jane, but that's also because they are so goddamn good at their job. Their skill for warfare is paramount, but so is their ability for leadership. Gilliman for a while was a damn boring Primarch for all the reasons he was great, because no matter how hard you try, you don't win a war without logistics, without supply lines, without trade routes, without infrastructure and economy. You don't win anything without all that stuff, and Gilliman knows it, which is why he has one of the largest standing empires in the Imperium, named Ultramar, which is why his sons are the most recognizable Space Marines, which is why the only thing that rivals the weight of their victories is the weight of their egos. They are good at everything and bad at nothing. They are great at everything. Other legions can do other things better than them, but they are good at everything. The most interesting thing about the Ultramarines is their characters, as they are all now inflicted with various amounts of ultra depression for many reasons. Gilliman is, at the time of recording, the only playable Primarch
at the time of recording
currently on the tabletop, and the only one that has returned to the 41st millennium for the Loyalist side. He took one look at what his empire has become and immediately wanted—
That has changed massively. Yeah, keep in mind, this video is 2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Fucking died. Being forced to lead everything he once hated. An Imperium.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Who this? Who this, chat? Who this? What's she doing? Can that be me? She's kind of hot. Saint Celestine? 100% Emporia Daemon? What? I'm confused. Those exist? No one's gonna give me answers, are they? An angel. I can be your angel or your devil.
Into its core with his sole responsibility to save.
Okay, this is YouTube. Answer me. What this? Explain YouTube.
Rotten to its core with his sole responsibility to save it is kind of what makes him interesting. They are a perfectly standard legion with perfectly standard ideals.
You do think she is Saint Celestine? Is it Celestine? Or is it Celestine? Like Celeste? Celestine? She is a saint. Former sister of battle. Ooh. I want to learn about her.
and great if you want a simple, clean slate.
Uh-oh, stinky.
Uh-oh, stinky.
Bunny poop.
This is definitely a Papa Nurgle Marines, huh?
Poop funny. Woo.
The Death Guard. Allegiance, Heretic.
Is this the
Primarch,
Jax class? Yeah.
Mortarion, a Reaper, a Poison, an ungodly stench. Single word descriptor, rot. The Death Guard hail from Barbaros, with the Primarch Mortarion. The 14th Legion were known for their incredible resilience to damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Where the Imperial Fists were defensive thanks to tactics and posturing, the Death Guard were resilient because they could take a punch or a gut shot or a cannon to the chest and just keep on moving. They are slow, yet they are resistant, which was only confounded as a Death Guard captain, Typhus, codename Dickhead, sold them out to Nurgle, god of rot and decay. Now, the Death Guard are a Nurgle-worshipping infected legion whose ability to feel pain and take damage has all but just gone away. They wade through gunfire, able to kill normal Marines 10 times over and continue unharmed, all while spreading rot and disease in the name of their dark, very stinky master. Where the Death Guard enter, plague spreads. People get sick and they die. They spread debilitating disease to all around them. Why would a legion need to be anything more than very tanky when their enemies are—
Is Nurgle plus Slanesh STDs? Real questions here.
falling over, puking, firing out of both ends, and having their skin peel off just by their presence. Entire worlds infested with a zombie rot, swarms of insects that eat flesh and metal alike, all while the Legion advances slowly, painfully, allowing the disease they spread to take its toll before they reap the lives they believe belong to them. And look at Mortarion's model, dude.
It looks
Man
pretty
is
cool.
baller as fuck. A
Looks
gigantic moth with a gigantic scythe. Come on now. The Death Guard.
For my next trick! I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
The Thousand Sons. Allegiance, Heretic. Primarch, Magnus the Red. A scholar, a sorcerer, a fucking nerd. Single word descriptor, magic. The Thousand Sons hail from their home world
right?
of
Zit? Magic, Zit?
Prospero, with their Primarch Magnus the Red. The final of our 4 major Chaos God factions, the Thousand Sons are disciples of Tzeentch, the Changer of
Is this what we were
Ways.
fighting,
Heavily
or?
inspired by their Egyptian theming, the Legion themselves are slaves to the god of trickery and change.
Oh, these
Most of them,
were. Oh, yeah. There it is. There's the boys I was killing. I liked tearing off their head and it go, ooh, magic explosions.
no longer even having a physical form, reduced to just dust, piloting suits of armor at the whim of a sorcerer leader. The Thousand Sons do not deserve their fate. There's a common joke that Magnus did nothing wrong.
Oh?
This is untrue. He has done much
untrue.
wrong. However, he is very sympathetic, mainly because the Space Wolves and Leman Russ sought to end their rivalry through the annihilation of their legion, escaping only through the assistance of the Changer of Ways, and forever changed because of—
So it's either you die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Literally, that's it, right? Oh man.
Meanwhile, magic is their main tool. Take some Lovecraftian style abilities, the eyes everywhere, and potent spells to be cast at their foes, whether these are bolts of psychic lightning, reversing time itself, opening up portals to unreality, or changing the very fabric of the universe. The Thousand Sons sorcery knows no bounds, and they are very good at it. If you're a fan of like wizards, your classic style of spellcaster, and you want a ton of them, combined with a tragic backstory and a Primarch who, like Mortarion, looks fucking baller, the Thousand Sons are for you.
You fucking asshole! There's no way, you're a fucking cheater.
You sons of
You're a
Horus.
cheater. My dad works at Nintendo!
The Sons of Horus, or the Luna Wolves, or the Black Legion. Allegiance, Heretic. Primarch, Horus, a warlord,
Horus.
a treasured friend, or the traitor himself. Single word descriptor, assault. The Sons of Horus are the formal name of Horus's legion, hailing from the world of Chthonium. The Sons of Horus themselves were assault troops. The strength of their attack was some of the most powerful in the legions.
We
While
hate
the White
Horus
Scars
here,
may
right,
favor
guys?
speed for their
Fuck
strikes,
Horus.
the Sons of Horus were known for their overall
All my
offensive
homies hate
power.
Horus.
It was even said that if the Sons of Horus met the Imperial Fists, they would be at a stalemate for eternity. However, the Sons of Horus are no longer, because
In a fight, yeah, in
well,
a fight. In a fight, please.
They are now instead the Black Legion, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, who claims to succeed where his father failed. The Black Legion are still an offensive and assault-based force, but they act much like the Ultramarines, but for chaos. Your standard black and brass Space Marine, who are known for recruiting in all different kinds of avenues. Anyone can become a member of the Black Legion. Anyone can swear allegiance to the War Master. You gain favor by not just one, but all 4 gods equally. Their famous line, "Let the galaxy burn," is the best way to describe them. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. So long as the Imperium dies, the Black Legion has done its job. They are a legion
So they're
formed
the
from
bad guys,
hatred
right?
and spite with
This
a
is
clear
the
goal.
ultimate bad guys, right? The bad. But, as they say, history is written by the winners. So we don't know who the bad guys are until somebody wins.
In mind, as the dark gods are calling and the Black Legion are sure to answer.
Hello. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
No.
It wasn't fucking optional!
The Word Bearers, allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian, a preacher, a fanatic, a choir
Bold.
boy. Single
Bold.
word descriptor,
Bold.
zeal. If
Bold.
the Black Legion answer
Bold.
the call of the dark gods,
Bold.
what if instead you decide to call the
Bold.
gods first? Well, then the Word Bearers are for you. The 17th Legion, led
Bold.
by Primarch Lorgar on the planet of Colchis.
Metro Prime, thank you for the follow.
Originally obsessed with worshiping the Emperor of Mankind as a god, they found that despite his divinity, he was not worthy of worship because, you know, he razed their equivalent of Jerusalem to the ground for daring to worship him. Like, could you imagine if God actually showed up and was just like, Jerusalem is stupid, it just destroyed the whole thing? Like, what would that do to your head? But there are gods that want worship and will reward those who do. The Word Bearers are chaos worshippers to a T. All chaos gods. They specialize in demonic rituals, the summoning of demons, and the mutual possession of their own troops. They welcome demons to their bodies to fight as one. They exalt the dark gods themselves for
So they're like, yeah, we fuck with demons, but not on the battlefield.
aid. And guess what? They answer. In the world of 40K, Satan doesn't just call you back. He hops in his GT Mustang and he crashes on your couch. In the world of 40K, your rituals will end with genuine results. The Word Bearers know this. They know through sacrifices, through devotion, through dark baptism, the gods will answer and they will be rewarded. So they use it. They bring forth demons. They bring...
So essentially they're like, yo, we tried worshipping the Emperor, but he didn't do anything. But worshipping demons, worshipping chaos gods, you know, they're taking my calls. They're possessing my shit. They're helping me on the battlefield. You know, this is a pretty good deal. I mean, you know, I might die, but that's fine. At least Senpai noticed me.
forth possessions. They bring forth the power of the Neverborn, the damned, and those that hide in the dark to bear against the Imperium. Lorgar sits there, smiling, as the truth he always knew, the existence of gods and the importance of faith is a reality. And it is a tool he is using to rend the galaxy.
Dear Sir Stroke Madam.
But finally, the Salamanders are 18th Legion. Man, it takes a while. Finally, get to learn about the Salymans.
Fire! Exclamation mark. Fire! Exclamation mark.
Fire.
Help me!
The Salamanders. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Vulcan, a Forge Master, a Behemoth, a very huggy boy.
Huggy
Single
boy?
word descriptor, fire. The Salamanders hail from Nocturne, a volcanic planet home to their Primarch Vulcan. They are the largest of the Space Marines,
But
not
only
their
if you're
numbers,
human.
but rather size. Vulcan, he is an enormous slab of beef, by far the largest of all the Primarchs.
Dude. Damn. Damn. Even his loincloth huge. Damn.
However, don't let his size fool you, as he is also the kindest. Salamanders have the juxtaposition of looking frightening, being larger than other Marines, while also boasting an ashy, like coal color skin and blazing red eyes, while simultaneously carrying around all manner of flame weaponry. So your average civilian might be spooked, but in reality, they are by far the kindest of all the legions to those civilians. Vulcan believes that to safeguard the Imperium is to, at the end of the day, safeguard its people. So unlike other legions who put their lives far and above the average human, the Salamanders spend significantly more time trying to save them, often taking numerous losses by doing so. They are very independent as well. They're forgers and blacksmiths, maintaining their own weapons and crafting versions of it. They also have the very rare privilege of being able to see their families even after becoming a Space Marine. They care, which is the funny part, because the 7.5 foot tall giant with flaming red eyes who just reduced a traitor to bubbling metal says, "You have nothing to fear, young citizen. Take my hand." If you enjoy fire, melting things, and being the nicer of the Marines, Salamanders are for you.
You forgot the fact that they like will kill like elder children and stuff like that. I like a dual-sided I feel like he's focusing too much on Salamander being good guys and not about that anything other than humanity gets annihilated.
Sneak attack! Saga, sneak attacks don't work if you yell it out loud.
The Raven Guard. Allegiance, Loyalist, Primarch, Corvus Corax, a raven, a shadow, an industrial dance DJ. Single word descriptor, stealth. The Raven Guard are the final Loyalist Legion at 19 and hail from the planet Deliverance with Primarch Corvus Corax. If it hasn't been made clear enough already, the Raven Guard are stealth specialists and proficient in all manners of assassination. Despite this, their signature winged jump pack and double lightning claw look is, well, not very stealthy. They are named after, of course, the Raven and embody the entire concept of it as a herald of death. They are stealthy, patient hunters that have no problem with waiting and waiting and waiting until the moment to strike is at hand. It's not easy being a stealth faction when your stealth involves people in 1 ton of power armor, but they find a way. That, more than anything, should not be used to show how ridiculous 40k is, even though it is, but rather to show how good the Raven Guard are at their jobs. It's not about them sneaking around you without being seen, but it's also about them having lied in wait for so long that it wasn't until they were in striking distance that you even realized they had been there. And also, if you want
the tactics are really
Marines
good
with a long
stealthy.
black haircut, pale skin, ravens everywhere, if you want to field assassins and snipers abound,
So it's like if you wanted to be edgy but not a complete asshole, then you would go with Raven Guard and not Night Lord. Just saying.
then the Raven Guard are for you.
He could be in this very room. He could be you. It could be me. He could even be...
I'm Alfarius.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What? It was obvious.
The Alpha Legion. Allegiance, Heretic. Primarch, Alfarius, and Omegon. Saboteurs, destabilizers, they're in your walls. Single word descriptor, espionage. Finally,
The actually
20th
sneaky guys, I guess.
Legion, the Alpha Legion, led by Alfarius and Omegon, the only legion to have 2 Primarchs who were split as twins. The Alpha Legion are heretical,
Where he goes,
we think, and specialize in destabilization of society and armies. Their entire shtick is the Hydra, because when you cut off one head, 2 more take its place. All of the Alpha Legion look exactly like their Primarch.
Tag, thank you for the gift sub to Alfarius Omegon. Omegon. Alfarius Omegon. Yeah.
Olive skin, shaved head, all claim to be Alfarius. All are liars. They make the largest use of sleeper cells and cultists in the Chaos Space Marine factions because it's extremely easy to take over a planet when you
Poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and delivered a plague unto our houses!
Where the Raven Guard use stealth and sabotage to eliminate their enemies, the Alpha Legion prefer to weaken them over time with sleeper agents, impersonations, basically anything you could imagine from a hardcore spy movie or Cold War level espionage. Being Alfarius is not only an honor, being Alfarius is a requirement. There's a story of someone chasing down an Alpha Legion agent for years upon years, and when they finally catch up with them and they see that the agent is wearing the same face as their pursuer, because this was the plan all along, to kill him and take his spot. We're talking facial reconstruction surgery, we're talking hacking, we're talking political assassination and impersonation, everything. They are Space Marines in name only, because being a strong stoic warrior is not what the Alpha Legion is interested in. In fact, the Alpha Legion is interested in you not even knowing that the Alpha Legion is a thing. I am Alfarius. You are Alfarius. We are all Alfarius in his Lord's glorious army. Thank you everyone so much for watching this video. I hope you learned a little something. I hope if you were on the fence about what Space Marines you wanted to field, you would now have a better idea of what you want to play.
I have no
My
idea.
Gamer Sub Shaker. It's on sale. It's on pre-order. It's ready to go. Just get it. Just get it. Use code Bricky. It's in the description. Just get it. And a huge thank you to all of my patrons over on patreon.com.
Wait. Todd Howard. Is that my Todd Howard? Sorry, I have a community member named Todd Howard. I wonder if this is the same Todd Howard. I wonder. But my Todd Howard is called Gay Todd Howard. But maybe it's the same. Maybe it is the same Todd Howard impersonator. I will have to question him upon this. And ask him his favorite Space Marine Legion.
/Bricky and the members on the YouTube channel. Your names are here. I thank you a ton. You are all very generous. And oh, I need to answer a question. Have you ever attempted to touch grass but end up touching the Destiny 2 loading screen? Oh, damn it. I just...
Long ago, that was a problem for me. Long ago. But Destiny messed itself up for me. So, we are gonna watch another video. But this time, it is not a Bricky video.
Arigato.
DevSub has been gifted us up by Tech Priest. Let's go. Thank you, Tech. Thank you. You're a Death Corpse kind of guy? Okay. Okay. Now, we are going to watch a video on a very special faction that I don't know enough about.
Arigato.
Tech, thank you for the gifts of the Trippercoon as well. It is going to be a Louiton video, so thank you, Louiton, for providing excellent Warhammer content. We've watched a couple of their videos before, and they tend to be very, very lore heavy, which is why we warmed up with the Bricky video. Thank you, Bricky. But yeah, let's get right in to the Adeptus Mechanicus. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Oh, I should read that. I should read that out for you guys. Jax, thank you for the resub at tier 3. Thank you so much. The tier 3 subs super duper help me. I get a higher cut for those and more sub points towards Partner Plus, so thank you very much. Lores in binary. Binary. Okay. Let me, I gotta rewind that so I can read that to you guys, okay? From the weakness of the mind, Omniscience save us. From the temptations of the flesh, Silica cleanse us. From the ravages of the destroyers, Anima shield us. From the rotting cage of biomatter, machine... Ah! He did that really fast. Machine God what? Machine God what? Oh my god.
Millennium.
Oh my god, it's so hard to scroll on this. It is... From the rotting cage of biomatter, Machine God set us free. Let's make sure I've got this cranked up to 1080p.
In the darkness of the 41st millennium, humanity's galaxy-spanning empire, the Imperium, wields its immense armies of the god Emperor of mankind to wage its unceasing internal and external wars. While individual worlds may have some flexibility...
If the word bearers are nerds, does this make the Adeptus Mechanicus geeks? I think... The thing is, like... I don't think they'd be geeks, I think they'd be fanatics. Or, like, you know, because, like, it's a very religious thing with... as well, but if you're saying they're both different types of fanatics. I don't know. I think geeks is just still too common of a term to use with the Adeptus Mechanicus, most likely. That's the Iron Hands. Yeah, the Iron Hands would be geeks, yeah. Because they're yeah.
In how they are controlled and governed, the word autonomy is not one to be thrown around lightly. For the Imperium is the all-powerful administration who oversee everything, and whatever they demand from a world, it must obey. Entire systems have spent thousands of years repaying debts in material or human cost by incurring some foolish miscalculation in terms of how much independence they believe themselves to have in challenging the Imperium. Whilst layers of privilege within the Imperium can bring groups, houses, families and individuals degrees of independence, it would be a stretch to call this freedom in any true sense, for the eyes and ears of the Imperium are embedded everywhere throughout human society.
They're always watching.
There are always those who wish to exploit the knowledge of those who are acting outside the lines. Even rogue traders and inquisitors are still ultimately beholden to some authority within the Imperium. There exists, of course, one major exception to the rule, the Adeptus Mechanicus of Mars. The red-robed, often cybernetically augmented individuals are seen on every Imperial ship, every Imperial world, every bastion, hive city and Imperial installation. One would be forgiven for thinking.
Can I just say that the robes are really cute? And that I need to know what came first. White mages in Final Fantasy, design-wise, or these red robes, because they look very similar in design and the shape language and the hems. Or if this design stems from something else based in like reality. I'm curious because like they just remind me of each other every time I see them. It's very cute. I'm sure there's something in reality that, or like IRL, that it was based off of, that they both took inspiration from, but I'm also curious to if one came before another. Because it's something I do admire in the design, is the cute little robes. The cute little robes. Just plugging in my second charger here for my phone. Warhammer came first, but but Final Fantasy has been, oh, I guess, yeah, but physically the design, because like, when was the first Final Fantasy out? Do I have any charge left on this? No, this one's dead. What about this one? Oh, that one's dead too. Man, I'm going through chargers like a mile a minute today. Okay, plugged in. There we go. First Final Fantasy is 1987. Okay. Ad-Mechs were also on Mars. They found Relatively early. Okay, so they're pretty early on in Warhammer lore-wise. I'm also going to set some more thematic lighting so we won't be as lit up, because I know Louiston kind of has like more of a dark look to most of the video here. So let's put on some lighting for my model, and we can just focus in on the lore. Okay.
Thinking they are just another designation of Imperial workers, technicians, overseers of industry.
40k was pre-87, I think, but it depends if you if we're talking Warhammer versus Warhammer 40k. So I would need dates on that. If someone could look it up for me, Warhammer versus Warhammer 40k. Dates. But were Ad Mechanicus pre 40k, or are they only in 40k? Hello.
But no, they're far more than this. The Mechanicus, unlike the rest of humanity, are not directly beholden to the Imperium.
Okay.
They hold many thousands of their own worlds, which are governed entirely under their own control and independent from the Imperium. They have, through the power they were able to retain, been able to maintain the closest thing that resembles autonomy. And sometimes it's not immediately clear just how powerful the tech priests of the Mechanicus are, and this is likely for good reason and by design, because if there was more active resistance between the Imperium and Mechanicus, it could be extremely destructive. But to give one example of just how powerful the tech priests are, by imperial decree of the Emperor himself, any discovery of technology made belongs to the tech priests, be it data, archaeotech reclamation, or salvage, which has often led to the question, just what unknown technological discoveries have been made by the tech priests of the Mechanicus, but were never shared with the wider Imperium. It raises disturbing questions about the true power of what is effectively a rival to the Imperium itself, but who treat one another with due respect and diligence in a marriage of diplomatic and quasi-religious convenience.
The cult of knowledge and the weakness of flesh.
When people are newly initiated into the galaxy of war that spans the 10,000 years through to M41, one of the first things they will be of course introduced to is the galaxy-spanning empire of humanity, the Imperium. That collective umbrella designation of the Imperium is very obviously speaking extremely broadly, and perhaps necessarily so given the complexity of the hierarchy that sits under it. The Adeptus Terra, Inquisition, Ecclesiarchy, the Administratum, and the many specific designations of military branches. One thing that I find is often surprisingly glossed over, which now that I think of it I'm guilty of doing myself, is not showcasing the true power or importance of the Mechanicus. More formally, the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Tech Priests of Mars, the Cult of the Machine, for the keepers of humanity's advanced knowledge, go by many names. They are the devoted servants of the Cult Mechanicus and exist in service to the Omnissiah, but this collective title of Tech Priest covers many thousands of different roles within the Mechanicus. Janitors, artisans, magos with their...
I'm gonna ask a question in case he ends up going over it, but Tech Priest, what kind of Tech Priest are you? What like specific kind of Tech Priest are you? Because Tech Priest is a very general term. Very general term, as he's saying here, and they have a lot of different roles, and I'm guessing there's different like subunits, or not subunits, but like unit types. So let me know yours, and then we'll see if we end up learning about it. Okay? Don't dot me, hidden friend. I'm just asking curious questions.
Myriad subclassifications, trans and lex mechanics, engine seers, cognitors, myrmidons. All are integral components, cogs, if you will, in the vast machine of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Primarily, they are the keepers of knowledge. In an age where humanity has largely stagnated in all things, most especially in terms of scientific research and development, for the acquisition of any new understanding is seen.
Would you say that the Ad Mechanicus are perhaps holding back technological advances, son? Because of their love of outdated tech? Are they nostalgia boomers? You're part of the Ordo Reductor. They 100% are. What would be the opposite of this? Do we have any factions that are actually trying to progress tech in a way that's sharing with the Imperium or whatever factions they're aligned with? But I guess people are progressing past technology in general because, like, of chaos magic, right?
Seen as a quasi-religious affair. For while those of the cult Mechanicus remain an adjacent...
We would say, like, I guess the only, like, high-tech would be the Tau, right? Tau are the only one really, like, progressing technology. Technically.
element of the Imperium of Mankind, they worship the machine god, of which the Omnisire, the Emperor, is merely its physical manifestation, more akin to an emissary, a corporeal vessel, for communication with the machine god. The authority of the Adeptus Mechanicus in matters technological is unquestioned. As we noted, the Mechanicus are so intrinsically woven into all aspects of the Imperium, they are found at every level of operations. Even the Astartes send their own to Mars to learn the secrets of the cult and gain greater understanding of machines so that they can become Tech Marines.
Tech Marines. So this is like Ultramarine mixed with Adeptus Mechanicus? No? Yeah? I got two conflicting answers here. Thank you for the head pat. Not Ultramarines, but Marines in general. Okay. So like directly from the Imperium then, and not from a specific chapter? Or do specific chapters send people over there randomly? Or like more chapters more likely to? Because I feel like what was it? What was it? Iron Fist? I feel like Iron Fist would want to send one over, right? Like an Iron Fist Tech Marine? Iron Hands, sorry, Iron Hands, not Iron Fists. Iron Hands. It's hard to remember all the names. Apologies. Every chapter has some of them. So, for example, this one here, specifically, that we see, is an Ultramarine Tech Marine. Because, yeah. But it's not just Ultramarines that end up getting Tech Marines. Does that mean technically if I were to make like an army, I could have like a Tech Marine in any, pretty much any non-trader chapter? No. The Omnisci is with it. What do you mean no? Is there like rulings at only specific chapters? No in 40k? I'm confused. If you play 30k, oh, it's only in 30k? In 40k, are Tech Marines not a thing anymore? No, the Tech Priest is saying it is in 40k too. Y'all are conflicting information me. I'm asking technical rulings with like the game, as in the board game here, so there should only be technically one answer. I'm gonna go with what the Tech Priest is saying, because maybe there's two types of the board game. Well, I know there's like the fantasy one, right? And then they're like, because like they still make pieces for that. Yeah. 40k and 39k. Do you think we're eventually gonna have like a 41k, or are they gonna just keep it to 40k? Sorry, you meant 30k, not 39k. Interesting. We'll continue with the video for now.
The Tech Priests and Cult Mechanicus differ significantly from the rest of humanity in how they see the galaxy and universe.
Oh, look, they're all
both
connected to the internet. This is us right now, okay? This is you guys watching my stream. This is all the net needs. we're all connected, okay?
And in their forms of ritual worship. Their philosophical foundations are only partially aligned with the rest of humanity and its smothering imperial cult at a superficial level, with then most of the rest of what they believe being tolerated at best, frowned upon by most, and considered deeply heretical by those within the more formal and conservative departments of the Imperium, specifically the Ecclesiarchy. One of the things that is most notable, of course, about the Mechanicus is their appearance, and their apparent lack of respect applied when it comes to the organic form, the flesh and bone of humanity. Yet they have good reason for this, in both how they view human form and what they see as being the priority for all humanity, especially those members of the Mechanicus. While somewhat of a tangent, the way in which the Mechanicus view themselves and organic forms directly connects with the overall outlook and their entire philosophy, so it is helpful to understand. This apparent lack of feeling toward the human form is partially why servitors and so many bioaugments are forged and applied with an apparent disregard for the aesthetic or discomfort of the person. I've often heard it asked, why in the galaxy of 40k are the augmentations or cybernetic enhancements made with such a disregard for appearance, not more finished, more styled, and cleanly integrated with the human form? Basically, why are they so incredibly ugly? And it's
Why
true,
are they
especially
ugly?
when it comes to
Because it don't need to be pretty. It just need to work, right? It don't need to be like honestly, for a long time, that's how I viewed my PC too. Is I didn't care about the aesthetic of the case or getting RGB, etc. I was caring about it being spending the maximum amount of money that I had in my budget on the best parts I could possibly get. Now, if it happened that I couldn't avoid the RGB, then that's whatever. If the best part happened to have RGB, that's fine, whatever. But I'm not gonna pay extra just to get RGB and everything to look good. However, now, I have pretty anime cases, but the inside, I retain that still. It's better to have higher quality parts than necessarily have a good looking internal build.
Mechanicus that their adaptations can be quite horrific, crude, blunt mergings of machine and flesh. Faces cut away, bare teeth exposed, bones, skulls. It often looks very much like the body has just been hacked away with little regard for preservation, only to most efficiently install the mechanical adaptations, which is of course exactly what has happened. Unlike the rest of humanity, who largely retained the view that the human form should not be abused, corrupted, nor deformed either naturally or artificially, with the obvious exception of basic augmetics, these are tolerated as being both either necessary or tolerable, and depending on where you have an
Okay, to talk to chat here, to be fair, Hidden Friend, I did say in the game because we were looking at a figurine. So maybe both of you should have specified whether lore or game, but lore-wise it's possible, game-wise there's not possible, possibly? I don't know. I did say army, so let's give Hidden Friends some slack here. I did say game and I did say army, so. But I'm not sure, even if I end up later on painting Marines, if I'll ever have I don't leave the house too often, so I'm not sure if I'll ever get to play IRL games of Warhammer, you know? I don't know. Maybe one day, who knows? Hard to say.
An augment carried out could be quite visually high-end. The overall outlook on adaptation of the human form was only further entrenched once the religion of the Imperium took hold, and abuse of the human vessel was seen as only being evidence of a slide toward darkness, as those who drift towards those things which lie in the warp often see it as necessary to abuse their bodies with scarification and other more grotesque body modifications. The Mechanicus take a different view of this perspective. Even lowly adepts will usually have some small level of mechanical augmentation, while full tech priests and their senior magos will have a significant amount of augmentation, so much so
the more
that they
robot
may
you
only
are,
be barely recognizable as human.
but more
Alongside the
seniority,
augmentations
possibly.
to their bodies, members of the Mechanicus may have their brains surgically altered to incorporate memo chips, engrams or electrografts, allowing them to store and access a vast amount of information. They're often fitted with a variety of neural systems and plugs, which will then allow them to physically connect to a localized network of a planet or any terminal or machine. Tech priests also have access to
because
the
unlike Chaos Legions, they choose to give up their humanity, and that's why their bodies are grotesquely misshapen. But with tech priests, they aren't giving away their humanity, but they are giving away their flesh in order to increase the potential of humanity. To like enhance humanity, essentially.
Sphere. This is effectively a wireless information system enabling the Mechanicus
but they wish
to connect
to
and
be one
share
with the machine, unlike, say, the Tau, who are just advancing technology and just using technology as a tool.
Information either at a local or wider level. The specifics of this system are not especially well known, but it appears certainly to have originated from the Dark Age of technology. The essential and foundational system then for the Mechanicum and later Mechanicus was discovered by an explorator prior to the Great Crusade, along with secrets of energy transference, atomic restructuring, chemical engineering, and most importantly, the evolution of human cognition and digital communication through the noosphere. When using this, tech priests can absorb and share information and communication in some form of collective consciousness. It's often an unspoken but vitally important aspect of the Mechanicus, and one that makes their considerable augmentation a necessity, and it can enable them to remotely control different departments, doors, information.
Please don't tell me that if I go into the black box of the Mechanicus that there's like silly robot ERP in the logs. I was gonna say furry RP, but it makes more sense to have like robot, like Necronics Tech Priest RP or something like silly like that.
Information about enemy movements and friendly, and give them a huge
Depends on the
overview
Forge
of
world.
what is occurring, say, in their area of a Forge world in an emergency situation. But beyond that, it's just a very efficient information sharing system with their fellow tech priests. When it comes to their form though, not all tech priests take the same view. And a lack of care is not the same thing as heretical abuse. Magos biologists for the Mechanicus are devoted to the belief.
Do you think there's like tech priest Discord servers? Like for people who identify as tech priests right now? But they just have these like giant knowledge sharing servers that are supposed to be similar to the thing that they were talking about? Like kind of like a hive mind Discord. Oh, what if we infiltrated? Imagine all the knowledge that could be there. Imagine the knowledge. Or maybe it's best to leave things like that in the dark. Not hive mind, but not exactly. I don't mean hive mind in a literal sense.
Belief that the form of humans is, in itself, to be revered. Their own creed states that the gene structure of humanity is as the Emperor, the Omniscire, intended, and therefore any unnecessary alterations to the human gene code is highly offensive. For most ordinary citizens, the sight of most members of the Mechanicus would be quite horrifying. And for this reason, among others, it's quite normal for senior members of the Mechanicus to not be seen by ordinary humans, which is certainly
because
all
they're
the better
grotesque,
when
right?
it comes to tech priests who have reached the point of being centuries old. By then, their physical organs are barely being kept alive by horrifically produced rejuvenate elixirs, and at that time, the only thing which can really
They're like
nourish
literally like rotting, probably too.
remaining mortal flesh left on their bodies. The sight, though, of such a monstrosity is something most humans would wish to avoid, and thankfully something that can be easily accommodated, within the very reasonable and not entirely untrue explanation that those senior members of any organisation would have no reason nor wish to engage with lowly ordinary members of humanity. They will have ordinary tech.
They'd be like, get on my level. Wait till you've chromed up like 70% more, and then you can talk to me.
Adepts do this for them, and so most of humanity see the Mechanicus as very similar to themselves, especially on the day-to-day level, where perhaps the most extreme members of the Mechanicus that they may encounter would only have fairly superficial adaptations that are very little different from anybody else, give or take the quality of the augmetics and perhaps.
So this guy, he's like the PR dude because he got his face completely intact. If anything, he's probably got some mechanical eyeballs, but he's like the PR dude who can talk to people because he got his face still intact, you know?
Their specific purposes. At its simplest though, one of the most fundamental and important aspects.
Does the white cape mean anything? Is this a specific type of tech priest? Like, because I notice he has like the actual like white cape around as well. I know like for in terms of like uniforms and stuff like that, usually this would like indicate some sort of like either rank or specific role. Oh, but you'll have to tell me that after the ad break because we gotta go BRB. Sign to the purity. Oh, white sign is a small sign to the purity of the human form. Very cool. BRB. Boop. Okay, we are back. Let's look at our cute little tech priest who just wanna be machine. I don't want the flesh to be weak. I wanna be machine. I wanna be one with the machine spirit.
Aspects of the Mechanicus is just to maintain technology, acquire new information where possible, and most of all safeguard not just technology but all knowledge itself. And this is one of the core focal points for the Mechanicus, the preservation of knowledge. And it was this driving force that was the reasoning behind its origins. Thus, in the contemporary period, the Mechanicus continues to value the preservation of knowledge and the technology it enables as sacred and essential to the continued existence of humanity. This is, of course, an extreme oversimplification.
What these robots? They look really silly. No offense, but these, like, the tech priests look really cool, but these look fucking silly. Just saying. These look a little silly. They look kind of like kid-friendly robot level silly. How dare? They're strong robots? Oh no, I said they look silly. It kind of looks like that, Welcome! That's it! Thank you for the raid! We are doing a Warhammer 40k lore deep dive. Currently, we're learning about the Adeptus Mechanicus, and we're watching a video by Luiton.
Ayo, 53 months. I hope your day is going well and full of comfy vibes.
Super comfy vibes. Thank you. But yeah, these look like what was that? That Warhammer, the not Warhammer animation dudes, like Space King. These look like the Space King designs a little bit with the way the helmet is. It looks so silly, but the tech priests themselves look cool. These guys, I feel like they could need a brush up on design wise to look a little cooler.
Of what the Mechanicus believe for their religion of the machine god.
Oh, you know what I think? You know what? Do the orcs believe them to be very fast because of the red, though? I bet the orcs are kind of scared. Yeah.
God governs everything they do, and it is a vastly complex structure of rites and ceremony that remains significantly unknown, hidden, and conceptually intangible for the rest of humanity. With exception, of course, to liberal usage of incense and simply praising, pleading, and begging with a machine to function normally. Something that is very relatable and long-standing tradition for all humanity, although perhaps without the incense. So while the Mechanicus is well known for its ability to forge and preserve technology for humanity, from everything as lowly as a servitor with basic augmetics through to immense god machines of the Titanicus and the gargantuan Gothic starships of the Imperial Navy, the Mechanicus remain devoted to, above all else, the preservation of knowledge, and it is for this reason that they very often augment themselves so heavily. Some have even gone so far as to merge themselves with others to ensure the continued preservation of the knowledge they themselves contain and comprehend. And this might be where someone could incorrectly use that classic quotation and battle cry of the Iron Hand Space Marines, "The flesh is weak," which I always enjoy reminding people as being both wrongly attributed to Ferrus Manus and furthermore taken far too literally. To just very briefly explain that, and I realise this is a little bit of an early tangent, but it is somewhat relevant. The Iron Hands Astartes believe that the death of their Primarch Ferrus Manus died due to his emotions clouding him, and unlike others such as Angron...
Can I get a shout out for Professor Wisteria here? She also loves Warhammer and occasionally does painting on stream. So if you want to see some Warhammer minis get painted, definitely check out Professor Wisteria. She's very knowledgeable as well.
Who used his emotional fury as almost a defining trait. For Manus, it caused his demise. The Iron Hands see the cold, emotionless function of technological adaptation as therefore being stronger than frail human emotion. There is of course undoubtedly also something in that about the literal weakness of human form compared to the mechanical, but this is really a secondary consideration. Then lastly, the quotation itself of "the flesh is weak" comes from not the Iron Hands Primarch, but from Vulcan of the Salamanders, who was replying to Manus. The full quotation being, "The flesh is weak, but deeds endure."
But deeds endure!
Vulcan was trying to make the point that although individuals may die in the fight to preserve humanity, the legacy of what they have accomplished will endure throughout human history. Which I have always thought is an interestingly applicable message for the Mechanicus as well. Maybe somewhat of an obscure tangent, but it is in fact quite relevant to the philosophical outlook of the Mechanicus.
For the Mechanicus, it would be like the flesh is weak, but knowledge endures. Perhaps. Maybe?
It's simply that they may take it more literally, but both perspectives stand for either the Iron Hands motto or equally to the Mechanicus. Because while the Mechanicus may also say that the flesh is weak, for them this is certainly at a more practical and primary reasoning, because they see biological forms as extremely fragile, easily damaged. Thus they seek to prevent this and ensure the knowledge of an individual and their experience can be preserved, as they see this as the most important thing above all others. To this end, they can understand that their machine god has provided them with both the knowledge and technological capability to prevent its loss, and this is one of the reasons why the Mechanicus are over time seen to heavily augment themselves.
Wait, they
Plus,
have horses? They have robot horses? Robot horses.
Ritualistic benefit of bringing them closer to the machine god, as they steadily augment themselves, becoming more machine than biological. It's why those most senior members of the Mechanicus can accurately be described as barely being human at all. For those among the cult Mechanicus, their physical form embodies all their philosophical and religious understandings. To become less human, more machine, is highly symbolic for them, and it represents their ascension in becoming a more perfect form, not just practically or literally, but also metaphysically.
Mars and the cult. Yeah, we get to learn about Homeworld, right?
In the contemporary Imperium of M41, the Mechanicus homeworld of Mars stands as the ultimate forge world for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Its immense factory hives exist now to produce the bulk of equipment used in the Imperium. The vast orbital ring that surrounds the equatorial line of Mars is used as an orbital manufactorum that spins around the planet. Fleet starships and all manner of space construction emerge from these huge floating docks, while other vessels from all over the Imperium visit what is thought to be one of, if not the largest, man-made objects in the entire galaxy. On the surface below and
I'm just wondering how that like logistically works with the planet, because you've got like the planet and then you got the ring around it. It would have to be pretty structurally strong, or out of a specific range as to for the planet not to pull it in or like crush it, right? Yeah. But it really depends, because different planets have very different, they figured it out. Yeah, I'm sure they figured it out, but I'm just like, space stuff cool, you know?
By millennia's worth of construction, the lower levels of the sprawling factory cities of Mars are supposedly the sites of where the first hive cities originated. Some of these are complete ruins, while others have been repurposed by consistent generations of development, while lower levels and disused districts become ghost towns with skeleton structures. Mars exists as a curious contrast of new towers of plasteel and even crystalline advanced materials punctuated with abandoned, heavily decayed industrial areas shrouded in perpetual fog, where the wastelands cover vast parts of the sprawling
It's a sign, chat. You see it? You see it? You see it? You see it? It's a sign. Sign.
Cities that are as large as entire continents. As I covered in the Rise and Fall of the Mechanicum video years ago, the origins of the tech priests have been passed on to new generations through their data stacks and illuminated hollow scrolls, but rock-solid evidence of just what occurred during the fall and subsequent rise is fragmentary and conflicting. Their most ancient records suggest a long-forgotten age of technological marvels that could barely be imagined, let alone equalled in later millennia. This time is of course referred to by the Imperium and the Mechanicus archaeohistorians as the Dark Age of Technology. These same records indicate that Mars was supposedly the first planet to be terraformed in this age, and to do so of course would have been an immense feat of technology, only possible during the height of humanity's achievements, and saw the famously red planet acquire a breathable atmosphere, its sterile desert landscape made fertile by the titanic technological prowess of humanity's zenith age of technology. As the tech priests tell it from their own records though, agriculture was never something significant to early Mars, for its true wealth lay beneath the surface in the form of gems, dense mineral deposits and ore. And this was one of the reasons why it became such a technology and fabrication hub for humanity in its era of galactic colonization. Later studies upon the oldest structures on Mars demonstrated that cities...
Is Mars just called Mars, or is it supposed to be very similar to like our galaxy's Mars? Because I know it's very direct. Yeah. Okay. Just noting, which means it's close to the it is Mars. Okay, so it is basically close to the Imperium / mankind's homeworld. Cool. Interesting.
Spread rapidly across the planet, transforming it into the first human hive world. All those great achievements would collapse almost overnight in the scale of the greater timeline of human history though, because when the Age of Strife descended upon a human galactic civilization already struggling to salvage what it could from nearly destroying itself in one of its most devastating wars, humanity went beyond a brink it could never recover from, and nearly all that had been gained was lost, leaving Mars and all other human colonies blanketed by an age of darkness that human civilization would...
Oh man, okay. I think I need a small meme break. I need a meme break. It's getting heavy. It's getting really heavy. And my brain is like struggling to keep up because I'm like stopping on one thought and thinking about it while I keep playing the video. It's getting very heavy. Louis Tin's videos are great, but they're very heavy, you know? Phantom, thank you for the follow. We're gonna have a small meme break. Just a small meme break. I'll show you what I mean. I found the perfect video for meme break. It is called the Ultimate Autistic Vocal Stim Compilation video. So we're gonna watch that. It's gonna clear our brains just a little bit.
Listen,
okay.
I got your buddies there, and there.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it!
Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it!
Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it!
It's like a Vine compilation video, essentially, though.
Do you want to be my girlfriend? Do you want to be my... Okay, you know what? I got this. Hey, listen, do you want to be my big, sweaty, guardian alpha boyfriend? What? Who said that? No witnesses. Oh, God, that was embarrassing. Ooh.
500 cigarettes.
500 cigarettes.
My mistake, original gangster. No, this cannot be forgiven. Now empty the compartments of your pantaloons. For what purpose? And discard of your footwear as well. For what purpose? In fact, I am...
Okay, so the first night is never usually that bad in any of the games, so I'll play through...
Then, and only then, do the bottles travel to the filling machine to be filled with soda. Remember, the earlier machine was not the filling machine. That was the rinsing machine. The filling machine, seen here, fills the bottles with soda. The rinsing machine only rinses out the bottles beforehand. It does not fill them with soda. Please do not confuse the two.
Hey, there's no time to relax. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, oh. Drake. La 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 la. Hello, my baby. Hello, diddy bee. Hello, diddy bee. Hello, diddy bee. Obama.
Obama.
I'm SpongeBob.
Yeah, I need some brain rot just for a little bit. We cleansing.
Thirsty. Let's be financially responsible. I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning.
Stupid.
They're not.
What's 9 plus 10?
21.
You stupid.
Hello. I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in on your first night.
This is 5 minutes at Freddy's, right? Yeah.
You can't keep getting away with it. You can't keep getting away with it.
Small. Get a big spider.
Kitty, what are you doing down here? Did I not see you before?
Oh, you're so Portuguese.
Back with another milk.
Help! Help! Help me! Help!
Strawberry lemon corrected. I want a lemon lime from a new perspective.
You're just trying to
You
piss
come
them
a
off.
lot because I love your face.
Step number 1, I need you to know, got your buddies, 2, 2, and 2, and your buddies there, and there, next to a whatchamacallit and a 3 Musketeers.
The candy bar?
Peter, what are you doing? Crack? What the fuck?
Well, I don't do my iconic victory dance for nothing. Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for nothing. Ew, ew, ew. Okay, I guess I can do one more for nothing. Ew, ew, ew.
Hey, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I have a crush on you. Wait, what? I have to crush you. What? Bye.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
Dog the pebble.
Banter.
Monster.
Blue beer.
Pepsi?
Coca-Cola.
Spurt.
Nice hat. Thanks. I was being sarcastic. Well, I stole your face.
It would be so awesome.
I didn't know this is what it's from.
Be so cool.
Get Wi-Fi anywhere you go.
Hold up.
Hey, yo, the pizza
Wi-Fi
here.
anywhere.
Oh, nigga.
My ears burn.
Rusty Cray, yeah. Pizza is the pizza, yeah, for you and me.
Okay. We've had 4 minutes of meme break. 4 minutes of meme break. I'm ready for lore. I'm ready for lore again. We can do lore. We're ready. Are you is your brain cleansed? Are you ready to pay attention now? Are we good to go? Yeah? Yeah, lore time. Yeah. Lore time. Lore. We pay attention. We learn about Mars. Locking in.
Would not emerge from until some 5,000 years
go
later
back, like,
across
a
the
few
planet,
seconds.
transforming it into the first human hive world. All those great achievements would collapse almost overnight in the scale of the greater timeline of human history though, because when the Age of Strife descended upon a human galactic civilization already struggling to salvage what it could from nearly destroying itself in one of its most devastating wars, humanity went
War's
beyond a brink it could never recover from, and nearly all that had been gained was lost, leaving Mars and all other human colonies blanketed by an age of darkness that human civilization would not emerge from until some 5,000 years later.
Way before Horus. Okay.
Just as everywhere,
Way
Mars fell into
before.
a state of complete collapse, racked by warp horrors and storms that rendered interstellar travel almost impossible. This meant extreme isolation, which in turn caused a complete collapse in communication and interstellar trade networks. Being some of the oldest and most developed worlds, both Earth and Mars were able to handle this disaster somewhat reasonably at first, but in fairly short order it said that they even turned upon each other.
Wait. I thought Earth wasn't called Earth. I thought it was Terra. Isn't it Terra? Or is he just saying Earth because yeah? Isn't it Terra? And it's called Terra now. Okay, did they like do that to differentiate between real life and not life, or it was Earth back in the day and now it's called Terra? Is that a redacted lore thing, or is that an actual change of name of the planet? Lost in time thing. Oh, interesting. Not a GW redact or name change, right? Damn, Emperor old.
Battle for resources that they had both long ago seen as being.
Earth is in fact called Terra scientifically. Do you mean that in IRL sense or Warhammer sense?
No longer.
Like why didn't I learn this in school? Well, like when we were learning about planets and stuff. Is that a recent development? Am I old? Am I old? Like they teaching us the planets, or is it like you didn't? No, I know Angryfish is definitely older than me, so like I think maybe it's just like one of the like names that can be used. I get the Terra means Earth is like a different like translation of it, I guess. Man, okay. But scientifically, isn't Earth the more correct name for our planet? Because like on all the science things, I remember them they call it Earth, planet Earth. I'm so confused. Unless we were talking about maybe like a different language of scientists, I don't know.
Necessary as a priority. Such was their faith in human dominance over basic needs, where technology and the stability of their galactic trade systems seemed indomitable. And I think in that context, it's always important to remember that humanity during the Golden Age was so far advanced that individual worlds were incomparable to anything we would understand, and as such many key resources were entirely imported, and that might seem reckless and foolish to ourselves, but humanity of the Golden Age was, by all measures, vastly advanced, to the point where the very idea of basic requirements for survival, such as food and water, had apparently been barely a thought worthy of consideration, because they held an almost...
I'm still lingering on the Earth and Terra thing. I'm so tempted to just like look that up right now. I'm just like... Oh, okay, so it's like a sometimes referred to as thing. But you know how like with like animal species, like there's the name for a thing and then there's the scientific name for a thing? That's my question. What is the actual in the books everybody agrees upon scientific name, you know? Cuz like you know what I'm saying? Mythology too. Okay. Like, you know, like medical terms. This is what I'm thinking of, like medical terms. Like, you know, your butt versus the gluteus maximus, or, you know, that kind of thing, you know? Or like, you know, saying versus saying for genitals, you know? Scientific term versus common term. Yeah. Different name for the same thing.
Unbreakable confidence.
Because I am used to hearing Terra when it comes to like video games, because they try to make things sound more fantastical.
Mastery of technology, and for good reason. At this time, humanity was...
But in scientific things, like, or like sci-fi, normally they just say planet Earth.
By all accounts, the most powerful civilization in the entire galaxy. It simply did not anticipate being hit with two massive
Or they have
disasters.
like a different human starting planet sometimes. Or they say you're like Earthborn or whatever, you know?
That was so extreme, they brought humanity to the very brink of total extinction.
The Emperor was theorized to be born during the Roman era. Huh. If the Emperor is a god, though, is he actually human? Especially if he has that length of life. What defines humanity? Is it our mortality or something else? Because if the Emperor is truly immortal, and how did he? I need more backstory on the Emperor. I know he's a human idolized as a god. I mean, I know he never claimed to be a god, but in definition of what humans choose to be gods in terms of life and unkillableness, usually. Like think about it. Like, you know, Skyrim, Talos technically human, but ascended to godhood, but people don't like that he's being worshipped as a god. Warhammer just makes me have more and more questions the more I already dive. Even when I'm reading all these comments, I'm just like, okay, that kind of clears that up, maybe, but more questions. More questions. Never... Yeah, we get some answers, but answers mean more questions.
Talked about before, when a collapse comes, it can happen fast, and the depths of a fall can be significant, especially in a highly compartmentalized technology-based civilization. This was the case for much of humanity in this time, and it meant that in the aftermath, all that were left were a few highly capable people who would somehow pass something of their knowledge on through generations. But the rest of humankind devolved into what is often called techno-barbarism, effectively some bizarre death race apocalypse cyberpunk era, which sounds awesome. I think we'd all like to hear a lot more about that humanity from this time period. But of course, such destruction means that any records from the dark age of technology are meant to be extremely sparse, and historical records from the apocalyptic age of strife almost unheard of. What we do know only comes from the very tail end of this period, seen around Terra itself, as the Emperor and his followers and forces began to emerge. During the collapse on Mars then, just like many thousands of other worlds, factions formed quickly, realizing the need to now urgently compete for resources and scavenge materials. Incidentally, there's nothing specific to suggest this, but I feel that in this time there's nothing which specifically points to all humans on Mars needing to be experts in technology. Yes, the planet was focused on technological production as we understand it, but Mars in this terraformed state, combined with the very different nature of humanity at this time, allows us to at least speculate that the population could have been quite diverse in its social stratification. So could the reasons as to why people were living there. Not to mention that in the highly advanced age of technology...
This is very structured like a documentary. I do enjoy the structure to this video, but it's also like a lot of, we could know about this, it could possibly be like this, but the information is not there. It reminds me of how upset I was in Destiny 1. When we were... was it the beginning of Destiny 1 or Destiny 2? I can't... But, like, remember the Traveler and the dude who, like... The dude who spoke for the Traveler, and he's like, I could tell you of these things, and those things, and eons of these things, but I'm not going to. He's like, it was literally like a speech like that, and then they're like, but no, but we're not actually going to tell you. And that kind of thing, it's like, it's such a tease. I hate being teased with knowledge. I just like, just give it to me. Just tell me. You can't just like work me up, tease me, and then not deliver on knowledge. That's not fair. That's not fair.
It's often believed that humans by and large had risen above the need to actually understand and be capable of producing or maintaining some of their most advanced technology. Likely this was left to the STC, AI, or other products of genetic engineering. Again, Highly speculative though, as we have almost no information about this period, but I believe this is very reasonably plausible. This is only important in how it paints a picture for us during the collapse, because although after this time Mars would emerge as a world with a populace wholly dedicated to not just technology and the archival storing of human knowledge, but an actual worship of machines and technology. I've often felt that sometimes people assume this was already largely the case on Mars prior to its catastrophic apocalypse, and my feeling is that that's just not the case, but who can say for sure? The reason why I feel this though is because from the way the tech priests would tell it, society imploded, and this led to the typically barbaric warlord domination over geographic territories. But more importantly, technology and how to maintain or operate it was seemingly very quickly lost. And that to me points to the fact that only a smaller number of individuals of the entire population actually understood such things, which aligns with what
people had smartphones, but they didn't know how to get them to work. It's like people were using the technologies, but they didn't know the intricacies of it. It's kind of similar today. Like if we had a collapse of that sort of stuff, there's only going to be a certain amount of like engineers or people who actually know how to intricately like rebuild the technology. But luckily we have at least a decent amount of data stored on how to do all those things. But if something were to happen to all that data, that could be like a big issue. Why are y'all talking about Microsoft programs here? But I'm hoping that humanity in its current day and age, IRL, is doing its best to also physically preserve this data in ways that if shit hits the fan, we can still recreate and remake all the technology if something were to happen. You know, like are we writing things on stone tablets and storing it underground where it can't be affected somewhere? Like, please, like, are we still putting things in books so that we can no? I mean, someone's got to be doing this, right? Right. That's on soda cans. I don't know if aluminum is the best medium for storing that kind of data. There's large archival works. That's good, but like it just really makes me wonder, because especially like in recent age, didn't something happen with the internet, like archive, like the Wayback Machine? Wasn't that recently like taken down for a bit, and we're kind of worried that someone might have also removed things from it while it was down? You know, like that's kind of scary that like history can just be erased. I mean, we know from we have like historical facts that people have done this in history before, like, you know, the winners of wars against other like countries or like groups of people in the past have decided to full on erase the history of different cultures and stuff like that on purpose, because, you know, like the winners really determine how history is written, or if it's even written or preserved at all. And I believe like archaeologically, like we've encountered things like we have no record of occasionally, which is interesting, very interesting, because a lot of time people, for selfish purposes, don't want to preserve history. They just want it to be written in a way that would benefit them. Such is selfish human nature, though. Anyways, yeah, man, Warhammer just gets me thinking lots, you know? I just be thinking and yapping.
We know of humanity in its golden age, or indeed any highly advanced society, even our own right now to a degree, whereby you have highly compartmentalized specialists in a role, and without them things go very bad very quickly. It would be like if we suddenly had a massive global apocalypse ourselves, and sorry, I know last time I said that it actually happened, but imagine if 90% of the world's scientists and engineers suddenly disappeared. The pool of people able to
oh boy, he goes into just what I was talking about. Jeez.
maintain highly complex critical infrastructure would be severely diminished to a point it would cause widespread malfunctions and destructive events, not to mention limiting their benefits to whatever populace remained, because quite simply all the people who would be there to support those systems ordinarily would just be gone. In the specific case of Mars, it had additional concerns because their atmospheric radiation shielding was lost.
So, in a way, the Ad Mechanicus have used a religion, or like religion is being used to get people to feel like personally compelled to like save and collect all this knowledge and data, because otherwise, you know, a lot of the times people need to be fueled by some sort of personal belief, or like set, like, you know, like I said, humanity and humans, we're very selfish creatures, and we have kind of this like what's in it for me, and religion a lot of time for a lot of people kind of fulfill something for them. They feel like a sense of importance, or a sense of like a duty or belonging. And so by having something like the Adeptus Mechanicus, where it is the religion of the machine spirit, and to collect and hold all this information and knowledge, that is truly, which is good in some ways, because it's encouraging that in a way that might not be encouraged otherwise. Yeah, because you think about how many people want to actually go through and like learn computer sciences, or like very difficult knowledgeable subjects. There's not a lot of people usually willing to do that, especially when they're fields that aren't paid very well. But if it was your like religious duty, and you also got like a sense of like power, or like social prestige in that area, then people are a lot more compelled. As well as you get things like being in a group of people that are, if everyone in that group thinks like that's the most cool thing to do, then you're more willing and wanting to do that cool thing, right? Or that supposed cool thing. My philosophy degree cries in historic knowledge that doesn't get me paid.
Lost in the spiraling devastation, causing
it's unfortunate. I clicked a thing. Give me a sec. Bleh. I clicked his little icon there.
To be scoured by severe solar.
Yeah, I'm getting into just like severe yap mode over knowledge. Knowledge. This is what the tech priests want. They're infiltrating my brain.
Radiation, which additionally killed or heavily damaged the DNA of large swaths of the population, as well as obliterating any remaining fertile ground and flora. The survivors, who had until then been fighting an above-ground battle for territory and resources, were forced underground into the forges to escape the damaging effects of the radiation, which led to a cult-like importance being placed upon the expert technicians of Mars. Now, however this played out in actuality, the way it's told from the perspective of the Mechanicus is one of selfless devotion to maintaining essential systems and rising above the anarchy that had consumed the world. Science quickly shifted to becoming so important that it was a central devoted cause to their very existence. And in time, this community of survivors emerged as the most powerful on Mars, science becoming worshipped in their cult-like group. And eventually the so-called cult of the machine god would emerge. Its leadership and highest-ranking members were all expert techs who had enabled the survival of their followers. These surviving Dark Age techs would become known as tech priests, which over time only further refined and expanded their cult religion that worships technology and their machine god, which they see as the supreme source of all knowledge. It's possible that due to the severe damage of the solar radiation, this was what initially caused them to begin replacing their body parts with mechanical artificial alternatives, and it was this practical necessity that was then later expanded upon philosophically and symbolically to be developed into the religious belief of the cult that the worth of a single man is only the sum of his knowledge, meaning his body is simply an organic vessel, a machine capable of preserving intellect, but for a limited period. Given the situation faced by the humans,
kind of looks like it's also like a bit of like a scarcity tactic, because if you don't have like a lot of knowledgeable people, you're wanting to keep those knowledgeable people like alive. I know that they're still like passing down knowledge from person to person, but we've also said that they've also said earlier that there is a case where sometimes you even have tech priests that are so to speak joined together organically, so that like the body can survive longer together and preserve the combined knowledge of the two people, which is cool. Is this a 2-hour video? Maybe. Teehee. It's probably gonna be like closer to 3 hours though, because I'm pausing and yapping. Teehee.
Were trying to cling on to their very survival. The origins of the cult of the machine seem obvious. There is also the issue of potential proximity to the entity known as the Void Dragon, who lies deep beneath the surface of Mars. But just how involved this being was on the initial rise of the cult is unknown, but it at least appears to have had some influence on the cult and its origins. This was an extremely difficult period of survival for any who had managed not to be horribly scoured by the solar assault upon the surface, let alone the later struggle for resources below the surface, where rampaging groups of mutants, gangs, marauders who would assault those who were attempting to build something more civilized continuously. For the worshippers of the machine god, this was not.
Tech, I just want to call you out on something for a bit. You were doing like an RP lore thing with your own like lore of a thing. I'm not going to get into the details of that thing, but I can see a lot of story beats are very similar to the Ad Mechanicus here. I would call plagiarism a little bit. Just saying. Already hearing what's happened to Mars and going underground and the forges, which is a word you actually used. A forge world is a forge world, but like called out, very called out. Anyways, VRRP stuff aside, let's continue on.
Not expected, and its tech priests would make high-risk expeditions to the destroyed ruins of hive spores, attempting to then recover valuable technology whilst it was still serviceable. They restored oxygen recyclers and moisture traps, food processors, and all the things including weaponry they needed to survive. Their success, though, of course, only brought many more to their doors seeking refuge.
They've shown this image a few times, but I want to know the contextual information behind this image, and I hope he goes into this specifically on what this image is. Hello, Brimstone.
Spread across its various enclaves, and this meant that only true worshippers of the machine god would be accepted. This undoubtedly led to a highly concentrated group of followers who were both motivated and defensive of the cult of the machine, which obviously had the consequence of only increasing the strength of belief and worship within the cult's followers. Eventually, as the most powerful and likely only surviving of these underground groups, the followers of the cult of the machine would become the dominant rulers in this time, and they would become known hereafter as the Cult Mechanicus of Mars. The tech priests of this religion devoted themselves to the divine trinity of the machine god, the omniscire, and the motive force, which is, according to their dogma, the source of all power and life in the galaxy. They would rise once again to build the first of their temples, including what would become the Temple of All Knowledge.
Welcome back, Jax.
Housed within this temple's plasteel shell, shining pistons hold the mile-high vaulted ceiling, which can be raised and lowered to alter its acoustic properties and thereby able to accentuate the hymns and praise sung to the machine god. The high altar within takes the form of a vast database containing the cumulative knowledge of the tech priests, and even in M41, every new
modern day churches gotta do that. Like make a ceiling that can be like raised and lowered to alter the acoustics. Man, that's some cool technology. Just saying. That's pretty cool.
Discovery is committed to this high altar. Every temple on Mars and throughout the Forge worlds is connected to the altar by means of a living transmat link, a psychic servitor whose mind co-joins all altars of the Cult Mechanicus into one holy machine entity. When the tech priests began construction of these temples, they also began to lay the foundations for what they envisaged as being the essential military arm of their cult. This would take the form of standard military units, infantry, armor, and so on. But the tech priests also constructed immense war machines capable of functioning in the defense or assault of entire planets, the Titan Legions. Now, just as with all information about this time, The exact origin of the Titans is shrouded in the opaque mists of apocalyptic history. Some maintain that the tech priests themselves fashioned the Titans out of the remnants of destroyed technology from the Dark Age. Others that they had STC patterns to work with. The truth of it all is difficult to say, and it likely falls somewhere in between. Titans appear to have existed from before the Age of Strife, and so it's possible they were at one time one of the immense weapons used during the Dark Age of technology. We know humans of this time had the ability to integrate and connect themselves directly with its AI in something of a linked consciousness.
Oh, instead of being embedded literally into the Titan, there was a linked consciousness. Okay.
The shared integration in the conversations some members of the Mechanicus have stumbled upon as well. And all of this aligns with the constructions we know of Knights and Titans through their throne mechanisms, which enables the Princeps to pilot Titans and the Knight pilots and so on. So it all points to technology of the Dark Age, and that the Mechanicus likely restored and repurposed this, likely not with the level of efficiency or power.
Wait, are those the churches that the Sisters of Battle bring into battle? The ones that are like that move? Immolator? I think I recall hearing that word. I could be wrong though. Please correct me. Yodux, thank you for the follow. Yes, it is. Cool. And also Phantom Consumes You also followed earlier. Thank you.
As was seen in the Golden Age for humanity. But for the tech priests, Titans were now more than simply a very powerful machine. They were an aspect of the machine god itself, a holy creation of technology, and to be part of a crew aboard a Titan is to serve the machine god. For a tech priest, it is one of the greatest roles they can perform. But it would still be many centuries, if not millennia, before any other humans outside
old
of
time
Mars
that was old disabled in the foreground in SM. Okay.
itself would hear that title, as they first needed to restore themselves to a strength capable of reclaiming surface facilities, and then reaching out and repairing the orbital shipyards. This was no simple task either. Still, more centuries would pass before even the first of any of those ships could depart on their grand quest. In this time, they had long studied Old Earth and were appalled by the destruction unleashed there. The planet itself had been almost completely destroyed, and instead the cult Mechanicus decided they should focus upon the wider galaxy, estimating there would be worlds out there which should have retained more technology from the Dark Age. The tech priests had studied the warp phenomena for the longest time, attempting to understand their energy patterns, and at least in a fairly rudimentary way, they were able to predict when the storms were going to be weaker or stronger, and thus they speculated sending out expeditions when the warp storms were at their weakest should be feasible. Steadily, the cult Mechanicus would attempt its quest for knowledge, which also doubled in reconnecting with humanity. They sent out many Ark fleets, most of which contained full Titan legions, whilst still in the period known as the Age of Strife. Many would be lost in the extreme turbulence of the warp, but others successfully established colonies that would become new Forge Worlds, protected by their immense Titan legions, which would become essential not just for the immediate time, but later for the survival of humanity long into the future. No matter the worlds they found themselves upon, the tech priests of Mars knew their mission was clear: to secure in the name of their faith all knowledge, and that this quest could be justified by any means or cost. What the tech priests discovered as they ventured into the galaxy was disturbing. The Eldar that humanity had once known as a refined and respectable people had devolved into extremely disturbing behaviors,
and they
were
made
now
a new chaos
immensely
god.
hostile. Similarly, other aliens such as the Orcs were now running unchecked and assaulting any world or ships they encountered.
Or is that
Worse
before
still, they
Slanesh
found that many human
came
worlds
into
had fared-
is this before or after Slanesh came into being? Slick, thank you for the follow. After. Okay. Oh. Track and go burr? Track and go burr? Hello? One sec, guys. I think we're gonna take a quick BRB, okay? While I fix things and the ad break finishes. BRB. Okay, I fixed the problem. The problem was, the Ethernet adapter in Game PC started messing up, and so the signal from my iPhone, which is on Wi-Fi, was not connecting to this PC right here. And our video was still loaded, of course, and the stream PC's internet was fine. So, but it has been fixed. Blessed be the Omnisaya. I've got some pizza pops to eat while we finish this up. We might just hunker down and listen to the lore while I eat, okay? Swordsman Zay, thank you for the follow, as well as Havardo earlier.
Fared little better than Earth itself and had collapsed completely in terms of technology. In their place were often states of governance that resembled feudal systems. While some of these were barbaric and ignorant, reveling in the very worst vices and traits of human history, others were overseen by aristocratic nobles who not only welcomed the tech priests, but also who shared heritage with their powerful knight suits, which resembled small-scale titans in many ways. The tech priests would often found new forge worlds on planets that were mineral-rich,
wait, so
where they
we've
could easily...
seen one of these suits, I think. So, like, the titans are even bigger? Wasn't it one of the knight suits that was in, Space Marine 2 that we saw, like, help us out? Or... they get bigger. Bigger. That was a Dreadnought. That's different. Dreadnought? Is this bigger than Dreadnought? Or is Dreadnought bigger than this? Knight. So Dreadnought. So itty bitty Space Marine. Primaris Space Marine. Dreadnought. Knight. Titan! It's like four Dreadnoughts high. So wait, the Knight is 4 Dreadnoughts high, or the Titan is 4 Dreadnoughts high? Knight is 4 Dreadnoughts high.
easily build industry and forges.
20 to
Often,
25.
these would have proximity to a night world so that they could both share in the stability, trade and production support that they could offer one another. And this mutual dependency was greatly beneficial for all concerned, given the instability of the galaxy at that time. Over millennia, both night and forge worlds became more powerful, and often you would see a forge world with multiple night worlds in a system being supported by it. They shared not only technology, but a steady increase in the sophistication of their...
So why haven't we had any of these IRL? Because I feel like we have enough technology to technically make one that could work with how our robotics is. Technically, couldn't we make it? I know it wouldn't be to specifications that what it can accomplish in Japan. Because, I mean, like, Japan's made, like, life-size Gundams that don't completely function all the way. But, like, I don't know. I just want to see these IRL, you know? I want to see big robot, big knight, big dreadnought, big titan.
their societies. Forge worlds were also to remain in contact with
you know
one
what?
another.
We need millionaires to get into Warhammer. Where are our millionaires? We need millionaires to we need rich people to get into Warhammer and make big robots. Oh, they are? Where's my big robot then? Where's my big robot then?
And even periodically message would be received on Mars of the progress being made out in the wider galaxy by Forge Worlds. All of the data being downloaded into their grand altars of knowledge. So it's another scenario where I would venture the question, was the Emperor and his grand plan ultimately necessary? Because the tech priests were actually doing quite well and had easily the capability to continue their expansion, connecting with other worlds that had survived the Age of Strife without the discriminating extermination and subjugation that came later with the Emperor's Great Crusade. Speaking of which...
Thank you for the follow, Big Whale. The Omnisaya! Praise be! It's time. It's time for the Omnisaya section. Let's go.
One of the final and most important developments for the emergence of the Cult of the Machine, the Cult Mechanicus, and Mars was of course the arrival of the Omnisaya. On Terra it was the time of unification, and out of the ruined apocalypse, a figure had emerged known only as the Emperor. This individual seemed to have achieved the impossible, uniting
nuclear power. But we're too afraid to use it. That's the problem. Nuclear power would do it, wouldn't it? Nuclear powered.
the warring tribes of the ancient homeworld. Mars had always kept a close eye on Terra, not least because it had been easy pickings for scavenging Dark Age technology for centuries, but the leadership of Mars had received unusually communication.
Canonically, what is powering this stuff? Do we have canonical power sources? What is powering this stuff? Like, I know what Guess what? Small nuke reactors. Oh, it's real. Okay.
that this figure of the Emperor wanted to make contact, even visit with them.
I was right.
Intense debate followed about who this being was and how they should receive him on Mars. For many within the cult, the ability and knowledge of the Emperor that he had demonstrated in achieving the conquest of Earth was surely proof that he was a representative of the machine god. Still, others contended that he was in fact the divine intellect that they had prophesied as the Omnisire. But the cult was divided. Some members would not accept a vague declaration of this Emperor as the Omnisire, and the divisions became heated, even going so far as to see a small coup attempt by senior tech priests, but which gained little support and was quickly put down. Why did the cult Mechanicus view the Emperor as a deity figure at all though? And why not just another successful warlord of old Earth? Well, it comes down to his ability to display understanding and manipulation of technology. Because for the tech priests, knowledge is the supreme manifestation of divinity. All creatures and artifacts that embody knowledge are holy. For them, the Emperor himself was clearly the supreme object of this worship, and so they viewed him as being the Omnisire because of his seemingly limitless knowledge of technology and ability to apparently fix things just by a touch. Such references point perhaps again
to what
we know
he's
from
that
advanced...
dude where your PC isn't working and he just puts a hand on it and all of a sudden it's like working kind of thing. Or like the person who just kicks the device and it starts working. He's like, you just gotta give it a little bump and then it works for you,
systems of the Golden Age, that they may well have had systems that operated to some degree with biointegration far beyond our comprehension. But whatever the Emperor actually is, he certainly exists as a technological genius who passed through the Golden Age and could have had access or experience to this advanced technology. The fires of combat were still burning in the manufactories when the Fabricator General and the Emperor signed the Treaty of Mars to formally ally their two empires and guarantee sovereignty to each. Under the terms of the treaty, the Mechanicum now undertook to supply weapons, ships and war machines necessary for the Great Crusade and for the defence of the burgeoning Imperium. In exchange, they demanded that the Emperor's forces turn over to them all of the technologies they had so far discovered. As we enter into the final days of critical development in Martian history, the designation of Mechanicum or Mechanicus is one that I always feel I have to note, as it so often is misunderstood and misused, but it is really very simple. Until the dark period of the Horus Heresy, the tech priests of Mars were known as the Mechanicum, but their religion itself that had originated before this time is the cult Mechanicus. During the heresy, the Mechanicum was riven by the division of loyalties with its leader siding with Horus, and many Forge Worlds did not align with the traitors who believed a new age of freedom would lie.
So Adeptus Mechanicus are specifically, wait, are they specifically the loyals to the Emperor one? Loyalist tech priest designation post-heresy to M41. So, loyal to Emperor? Yes. Cult Mechanicus is just everyone who worships, and Mechanicum, previous term.
By the division of loyalties with its leader siding with Horus, and many Forge Worlds did not align with the traitors who believed a new age of freedom would lie with the War Master's vision for humanity. And so there was often an exodus of Mechanicum tech priests to Terra itself, and they would eventually assign themselves a new leader in this time and develop a new designation of the Adeptus Mechanicus. It was an extremely painful time for the refugees of Mars, for they had to watch as vast resources were pitted against the traitors in the defense of Terra, but not in the liberation of Mars itself. Eventually, of course, the planet would be retaken and the traitors driven off into the Eye of Terror. Many members of the Mechanicum survived there and would become what is known as the Dark Mechanicum. But significant damage had been caused, and incalculable quantities of human knowledge were lost once again in this time. This, though, is the simple difference between the naming conventions of Mechanicum and Mechanicus. One is before the split during the heresy, and the other is post-heresy when it would become the Adeptus Mechanicus. It's really as simple as that. Ever since they emerged from the ashes of Mars, the cult Mechanicus and the tech priests have forged their armies, never wishing to see the devastation that was wrought upon Mars during the onset of the Age of Strife occur again. And moreover, with their new faith in the machine god, they would protect all knowledge at any cost. Protection, of course, meant military power, and throughout the millennia, they have emerged as an immensely powerful faction alongside the Imperial.
Actually, no. I'm gonna save that thought. For some reason, Warhammer stuff and like a lot of the lore and stuff makes me think upon like IRL historical things and whatnot. So like I want to start talking about how like we've been doing a shit job at preserving history lately. But if I get too into that, it's gonna get into real world geopolitics, and I don't want to get into that. This is not. My channel is not a place for real world geopolitics at all. So I had to stop that thought. I just wanted to let you guys know that, yeah, it just makes you think a lot about the world and stuff like that. Yeah.
Imperium, wielding not just the knights and titans, but entire armies of infantry consisting of units.
Also, please keep comments to not IRL stuff. Please keep it to Warhammer lore in the comments below. We are not talking about IRL geopolitics. Oh, no, no, no.
Such as the Skitarii battle servitors, even their hulking robot constructions, which often seem very suspect in the eyes of the non-Mechanicus. The origins of some of these technological marvels is not something
look, he's like a knight and he's got like a horse with a flamethrower. That's really cool.
Revealed, because unlike the Imperium, who have a habit of
it was lost during the Dark Ages. I'm sorry, Brimstone. There's no more pizza.
Every single thing that occurs in their entire history,
You'll have to
including
ask
the
Papa
origins
Nurgle
of
for
units
that.
all across the galaxy, the Mechanicus tend to keep their cards closer to their chest. They keep things far more on a need-to-know basis. Their base infantry, the Skitarii for example, their creation remains a guarded secret among the Mechanicus. It's believed that some are vat-grown or cloned, something which we have learned previously in the case of Krieg is very much frowned upon outside of the Mechanicus, but within their own walls, an entirely different matter apparently.
It's okay
Other
if we do
unfortunate
it, no one else
recruits for the
though.
Skitarii may be drafted from mind-wiped convicts or
You get your
warriors
nutrition
handed
paste
over
and
as
you
punishment
like it.
for failure or desertion. Regardless of their origin, all will discover a newfound fanatical faith in the Omnissiah, whether they want to or not. The exact process of Skitarii creation is not widely documented, likely for good reason, but it's fair to assume it's comparable to that of servitors, which is a pretty harrowing production line of body sterilization, chemical scouring, and full augmentation. Visibly, they have pallid bodies of puckered flesh and roughly sutured cybernetics, which is again suggestive of a production line creation process. They'll also be augmented with ceramic valves and adamantium sockets, studded into hard knots of translucent
maybe
muscle.
if you're good,
In
you
tribute-
get the pizza MRE. Maybe only the what is it? The Custodes get the pizza MRE. Custodes gets pizza MRE.
To the ancestor cohorts that first ground their limbs to stumps
and
upon
the bestest boys in the Ultramarines, but only the bestest boys.
of Mars, Skitarii lower legs are removed to be replaced with alloy prosthesis. Their brains will also be augmented to a mesh of organic and twisting neurocircuitry, but any who would look for consistency in Skitarii augmentations would be sorely disappointed. Despite the apparently heavily processed production of Skitarii, they also appear strangely individual, suggesting they are less universal and more stitched together from whatever remnant materials happen to be at hand. Thus you may find a Skitarii with a punch card skull slot, leather bellows for lungs, but also outfitted with quantum bioware in their brain. It remains an open question about the origin of materials used for producing new Skitarii, but one speculative theory is that recovered dead are then dissected for usable component parts before being recycled into new Skitarii. The theory is
So they're
plausible
just
and
like
certainly
hacking. They're just like reaching into the Bionicle bin and they're picking out what's available and just like, okay, we can make this. And we can make that.
In line with the tech
Oh my god, they're bionicles.
of empathy toward organic humans. The Skitarii are a highly efficient infantry for the
Well, I
Mechanicus,
guess
both
Necrons
functional
look more like bionicles technically, though.
and effective en masse, but for obvious reasons never treated as valuable individuals even by any tech priests that repair them with whatever spare parts are just to hand. They are, to the Mechanicus, extremely disposable and will often be sent against horrifyingly dangerous objectives, but despite all that is thrown against them, a few clades have always somehow managed to distinguish themselves, and even if their deeds and heroic efforts are not recognised by their masters, they will often at least be made note of by their enemy. Tech priests themselves are not fearful of leading from the front, and can in fact be extremely fierce combatants, often surprisingly underestimated.
Do you think Dr. Octopus, like Doc Ock was inspired or like by tech priests? They looked at like a tech priest with a bunch of tentacles and they're like, yeah, let's make a villain, Doc Ock. He's gonna have just those things that guy has on his back.
By their opponents, perhaps
Maybe
because
a little.
they're very often merely a component element of, say, a militarum force or stationed aboard ships of the Imperial Navy, but when they're fighting on the
It
battlefield,
makes me think that you could like take, if there was like a Doc Ock avatar, you could just like recolor it into like a and then add some extra stuff on him, and then he just looked like a tech priest, right? Like tech priest Doc Ock. It works to me. Think about it. He's just I can see it. I can see it.
amid an entire force of Mechanicus, this is an entirely different situation, because whilst the soldiers of the Imperial Guard may see a tech priest as a powerful, mysterious figure, one to perhaps be given some distance and quiet awe, within the Mechanicus itself, they're just another component of the battlefield force.
Okay.
These tech priests are known as engine seers, and will usually take on a more general role, either managing the servitors or providing technical support with other
Tech
Mechanicus
support.
hardware.
Wow.
They engage in battlefield repairs, rouse machine spirits to
Never
wrath,
thought
and they're
that.
also clad, perhaps surprisingly, in sanctified power armor, allowing them to weather the storm of war while maintaining critical systems. In combat alone, though, any tech priest can be a fearsome opponent, wielding their cog-tooth power axes and flailing robotic mechadendrites that are fused to their spine. These can act as anchors in combat to stab,
Look, there he
impale,
is. There he is. He just like Doc Ock. Look at him go. Look at him go. He's like, legs? We don't need legs where I'm going. I don't even have real legs anymore.
lacerate enemies, or more practically to snake out
These
to
are
repair
backup
damaged vehicles.
appendages.
They'll often also be accompanied by a retinue of servitors to assist in repairing works and to provide some measure of additional bodyguard protection. Another battlefield tech priest is known as the Dominus, and they are far more focused on combat itself than the Engiseer tech priests.
Oh,
the Dominus
big
rank is only
boy.
bestowed upon those of the cult Mechanicus
Look
who
at
have a
him.
penchant and demonstrated a talent for war. No matter their individual discipline, they have one thing in common. They're experts in
Dominus is third party? In what way? Like just for or do you mean like the previous figurine is third party? Because we just talking lore. We just talking lore. Lore, not game.
commanding and fighting on the battlefields of the
Models,
dark
third
future.
party. Gotcha.
They see the
That
battlefield
means it's illegal, right?
as a massive data display. Accuracy of units, remaining power of power packs, critical losses incurred and scored, trajectories of shots fired. They feast on data and cerebrostimulants, allowing them to coordinate frontline tactics and scream war psalms from their vox arrays, all while tearing through enemy themselves, just as willing to fight alongside any of their own infantry units. More terrifying to an enemy who use heavy armor can be a Dominus's ability to scramble and destroy their machine spirit.
Is this one real? Or is third party too? No one we've ever met cares about third party models, TBH. In the sense of just caring about them, or them being in an actual like fight. Like when you go to the stores and actually fight. I've never seen one of I've never seen. Maybe I should go to my local card shop and just watch people play sometime. Wisteria, can you take me? I'm scared. Wisteria, take me with you. I'm scared. I want to walk in and then whisper in one of the guys' ears, be like, "Hey, I'm Alfarius," and then see how he reacts. Thank you for the head pat. So just the GW like official tournaments, I guess, matches.
Their battlefield hardware may use. They also are often seen to personally adapt and augment their already formidable personal weaponry, with the tech priest Dominus often seen to be carrying war relics of refined fabrication and sometimes technology that cannot be fathomed by
They don't
mere
even
mortals,
really do anymore.
demonstrating
Do you think they're becoming more lax or open of like third-party created content? Because I feel like if they wanted to reduce third-party content, then they would come up with more stuff themselves, you know? Because it seems like I don't know. I don't know what the release schedule of like figurines and stuff or like minis is like, but or like re-release of specific minis, because I know like is there a shortage on like things, or do they like reprint things like a good amount for the things you want? Do things go out of print fast, or this might be a good question for Wisteria. Wisteria, are you up to anything right now? I have game questions. Game questions. This is get off track from what we're doing the stream, by the way. The big secret is that the mini designers just want to work on Age of Sigmar and not 40k. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Age of Sigmar stuff in shops that I've been to, but does the player base want Age of Sigmar, or does more of the player base want 40k? Anyways, I'm gonna give Wisteria a call here. Give me one moment. I also need to turn on our Fugi tech so that that's working, so that we can have her little TV on screen. One second, just replying to Manai-san. Wisteria.
Hello.
Hello. Let me just make sure everyone can hear you okay.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, I got my 8-bit right on.
Yeah, it's cute. Very cute. Yeah, I think
Thank
I've got the
you.
chat there. I just might need to turn you up a bit on my end. Do a hello.
We're doing a quick sound check, everyone. Hi, I'm Professor Wisteria. I am a Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duelist player, as well as I paint Warhammer, and I am a personal friend of Ayumi, and it's good to see you all.
Yeah. Hi.
Half you know me anyways.
Can I get a shout out for Professor Wisteria in the chat now that we have her on screen as well? I'm also gonna make sure I'm sharing my screen to you in case I start playing the video again. Here it is. Wham. There you go.
Oh, wonderful, thank you.
You can see it now? Yep. And now chat can see it too. There we go. So what is the state of playing 40k IRL like these days in the card shop, like your local card shop scene?
So in our town,
Or
basically every day,
yeah.
I would say the majority of games are casual. Most people don't care about the super competitive aspect of it, aside from people that are tournament grinding, but there's not really a big scene for that here in our neighborhood.
Yeah. Or let's just say like our general lower mainland, let's say, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say about 80% of players are playing 40k, 20% are playing Age of Sigmar, Horus Heresy.
Okay, so Horus Heresy, is that part of Age of Sigmar?
No, Horus Heresy is specifically 30k, and
it's its own little thing.
Yeah, I actually have quite a bit of Horus Heresy myself. I have enough for 2 armies, funnily enough, and I have
That's
multiple
cool.
knights and the like for it. But it's just going over the era of the Horus Heresy.
I don't think I've seen any. Okay, now mind you, I haven't started looking at Warhammer locally. It was only when I was traveling that I was looking at Warhammer stuff for the first time as someone who now knows what Warhammer is. So I didn't see a lot of 30k, but I did see a lot of Sigmar and 40k.
30k is definitely the forgotten stepchild of it. It's newer. It has a lot of great sculpts, but for the most part, a lot of it was relegated to Forge World models. Which, do you know what Forge World is yet?
Well, I know what
Not
it is.
in the flesh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So Games Workshop produces minis, but they have a specialist model line of like rare, like what used to be rare
like,
minis
kind of
and
like collectors minis, if that.
Yeah, and they're like a minimum price of like hundreds of dollars
so
for
those
these
are like
minis.
where you get like the really big Primarch ones, or like the big chaos
Yeah, the
demons and
Primarchs
stuff.
and that are there. Yep.
Oh, okay.
And so with Horus Heresy, it's been printing a lot of those into plastic kits now, where they're much more easily accessible. And Horus Heresy uses an older rule set of Warhammer 40k that's a lot crunchier and closer to like 3rd edition than it is to current 10th edition.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. How long does like a match take to like do, including setup, usually at like a card shop?
2.5 to 3 hours, I'd say, for your first game. Of course, this is a general rule that comes from my experience of teaching board games and any games to people, that it will double your time for your
4
first
hours,
game.
basically.
Yeah, 4 hours is pretty good. I'd say your average points is a 2,000 point army, but I actually think that 1,000 points is where it tends to be a lot like smoother.
So you just do like, basically you're doing like a mini version of a battle or whatever.
You're doing half-sized one, and then there's things that are called
kind of
especially
like
right now.
Speed dueling versus like regular dueling for like Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I have a lot of Horus Heresy. I have Sisters of Battle for 40k as well as a bit of other armies, but like I have enough Horus Heresy that can convert over to Space Marines.
Oh, interesting. So like because they are in 40k as well, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, it's just a little bit of like, oh hey, they're just a bunch of old suits instead of like the newer designs.
So it's like this is the same unit but an older like figurine of it, mini kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you can use it as a 40k as long as you tell your opponent, who is cool with casual play, that I'm playing this as a 40k unit, essentially, right?
Yeah. Oh, totally. Basically, no one cares about actual competitive play aside from the people want their army lists from the events. They know what are the good new units. I'm sure in bigger cities and down in the States it matters more, but...
Well, the big city that's close to us is Vancouver. So, like, do they do big things like that in Vancouver at all, or...?
But they're very rare and much more, I'd say, 95% of games at least are casual, so.
Oh, okay. So still more of like a rare thing. Interesting.
And I should acknowledge the elephant in the room is that a lot of play happens on Tabletop Simulator nowadays, so.
Oh, so is it an official thing, or is it unofficial?
No, it's all fan.
Do you think GW will ever make an official iteration of like a board game simulator for their stuff?
I don't think so, because it goes kind of against the idea of both the game and the hobby are together. They kind of create a whole, and when you only have the game, you don't have that hobbying aspect of it, which, their paint sales are just as good as the model sales, if not
I would
better.
say if they did a thing where it was like you get a code to have that unit in your digital game, but you have to purchase the figure first, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if they did like the Pokemon code cards, that'd be really cool.
I think that would be a good way to integrate it, because like the video games, as we've seen in recent, have been doing really good with like Space Marine too, but for like a lot of people who don't go out or maybe don't have like stuff close, like they'll never really experience the board game, and if GW actually wants to make money off introverts, then I think a board game would be cool as a game, too. in the sense of being actually modern regulation and like a 1-for-1 to IRL.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to see. And I think eventually it will go that way, but at least for right now, they want to hold on to what they have, which, you know, is the hobbying
Now,
aspect
I'm
of
gonna
it.
knock on wood because I'm not trying to incite anything. But say like another pandemic were to happen, like I feel like maybe then they'd be more compelled to if people are literally unable to do things like that IRL.
Oh, totally. That definitely will encourage that development a lot more. They probably were already bordering on it.
Yeah,
But again,
so maybe it has been in development. Who knows?
the hobby aspect though of the game did really well during the pandemic as someone that was in sales at that point.
Because you just take it home and paint at home and spend a lot of time at home painting, right? The
Yeah,
thing is
it was wonderful.
the thing is people aren't gonna be able to do the actual battle, but like from what I've seen of memes and like I keep on getting like a lot of Instagram memes of like Warhammer because the algorithm knows me now. Is like people paint and work on figurines way like 90% to the 10% playing.
I think that the communities are fairly split. Honestly, most of the people that play a lot don't tend to have painted armies and tend to hire the people that are hobbyists to paint their armies for them, for example.
Okay, because I think I've been on the painter hobbyist side of the algorithm then.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's kind of like the
I'll see like the memes of like having a gray army, playing with a gray army and being like made fun of for that kind of thing.
Yeah, you actually lose points in the game not having your army painted for playing the actual game.
Oh man, that's like kind of sneaky of GW, you know, in a way to like, oh, you gotta buy our paints and paint the figures or you lose points.
Yeah, it's just to encourage them to do it, but honestly, it's really good for people like me because I'm wanting to get into doing commissions for people. It's kind of something I've wanted to do, but I'm a little scared to put myself out to do it, and that would be really cool to do that.
I think that'd be really cool for you, especially if you can do like streams of like I will if for this amount I will stream your commission too.
Oh, totally. That would be so much fun to do.
I don't know. Maybe we could do some sort of painting stream in the future, or I could commission you for some stuff first.
Yeah, well, I think if you ever wanted to, not this talk stream prep in the future, but of course, I have a very, very good portable painting setup right now, and I have plenty of extra plastic around that is gray.
Yeah.
And we can easily, you just put a camera out there and we can just paint models for a bit.
I still gotta like decide if I want to, because like there's a few different factions I'm interested in now, and I don't think I can choose a singular one yet. So I'd have to decide which I'd want to play or which I'd want to paint, kind of thing, or own, so to speak. I'm not sure if I don't know. I haven't done painting minifigurines ever. I'm just not sure if I have that kind of attention to detail. But I love watching like the tutorials. And like the quick the speed paints and stuff that people do. It's really cool, and I love seeing a lot of the different like brushing techniques or putting wear and tear on models. I've always loved watching that when it comes to Gundams too. And it's
so much fun with Gunpla.
It's definitely like a huge, like obviously it's art, but there's definitely a huge art to it. But also it's interesting how everyone kind of paints it in the same style. So I wonder if anyone, I'd like to see some paints that go like different kind of styles. Like I know it's supposed to be grimdark, so it's supposed to be painted like it's supposed to be painted a specific way.
Oh,
but
this is a big one.
But it'd be cool. Oh, I'm guessing there's like a bit of a conflict of people paint it this way versus paint it not that way.
Yeah, so if you don't mind me getting into paint theory for a little moment here as a tiny bit, the style that they teach you to paint Warhammer is called the heavy metal style, and it ends up being that you work from your darker colors to your brighter highlights and things like that. And it creates a very good looking model that's pretty easy to produce. But
like the stuff we see on screen kind of thing, right?
Yeah, but say a golden daemon, which is like the big painting contest, those models are painted usually not using that technique of painting, and they will instead use techniques with like wet blending and the like that will, and it tends to be a lot brighter of a product at the end of it. And that is kind of like I'm on that cusp of that right now, actually, myself, where I'm like starting to try branching out into the non-heavy metal style of painting to do more techniques.
Yeah.
What are your top 3 armies so far, though, you think?
This is not finite. So looking at you, YouTube, don't judge me for this, but these are the ones I'm interested in delving further into lore-wise, so specific videos on them to see if it's something I like. But Blood Angels, definitely, because Daddy Sanguinus is kind of... but,
and Modern Dante is funny, too.
Yeah. Also, Salamanders I'd like to learn more about. And then I feel really lame for saying this, but I kind of want to be one of the Emperor's good boys too. I don't mind the Ultramarines. I know it's basic, but like I also like the extreme sense of loyalty and like also how integrated they are with the Ad Mechanicus as well with a lot of their stuff. And I think that's also coming from my first exposure to Warhammer being Space Marine too. So there's a little bit of a bias there, but also 13th Legion, number 13, you know? I like blue.
That's so much fun.
So like as much as they're the basic boys, there's also some cool things because of the redacted legions going into the Ultramarines. There's a certain amount of secrecy and like hidden lore to their depths as well that I want to look into.
Yeah, I'm actually a Smurf apologeticist too, because I love their heavy Roman inspiration. And it's the idea of the Ultramarines where they're more specialized in being like tacticians and governors, and they're more all-rounded as a citizen of the empire.
Yeah, it gives like the same kind of like Helldivers 2 kind of vibes, you know?
Oh, totally. Actually, my loyalist faction of Horus Heresy is Salamanders, so I have models that are prepped to be painted as Salamanders.
We could paint some Salamanders. That's
We
cool.
could.
I know it's the most common fan favorites, and I know a lot of that has to do with just the amount of information, content, and everything available for Space Marines, because they're basically the poster boys. The thing is, Ultramarines are like the Hatsune Miku, but like everybody loves Hatsune Miku, you know? There's nothing wrong with Hatsune Miku.
No love for the Xenos?
I mean, oh man, I don't even want to say it. I'm so worried about YouTube coming after me. I would like to look into the Tau's technology because, you know, look at me. Literally look at me. Look, I'm like future tech based. Literally look at me, okay? I don't like them lore wise so far, but I find their weapons look cool. Yeah. Their weapons and tech look cool, and I like Gundams. What do I think it's... I think the Tau doesn't belong in Warhammer in a way because it just seems really off theme, personally. If they were in another media, I'd probably be more interested in them, but because this is Warhammer, this is my grimdark, clunky, knight armor inspired military grimdark, they with occasional space Vikings. I feel like the Tau just don't look like they fit in at all. So that I'm interested in looking into them just because out of curiosity, but when I want to choose a Warhammer faction, I want to choose a Warhammer faction. I just feel like Tau doesn't feel like a Warhammer faction. No offense to Tau. But I feel like people choose Tau if they don't like Warhammer look, they like Gundam look, you know?
Yeah, they definitely do.
I'm calling the Primarch on you. No. You can't call my Primarch. He's dead. He's dead.
Have you heard about Blood Bowl yet?
Have I heard about what?
Blood Bowl? Don't ignore me completely.
Okay,
Blood Bowl is another Games Workshop game with 40 like Warhammer where they're playing football.
Oh.
It's so silly.
Oh, okay. Oh, but yeah, I think I heard about that. I thought it was World of Warcraft related at first when I heard about it, because isn't it like orcs? It's the orcs, right?
Orcs are the the models of that.
Yeah,
Like it's
yeah,
a very much a big force of it.
It's a bunch of like it's mostly orcs. Now the one thing I think my favorite Xenos. So those are the aliens, right? Xenos.
Mm-hmm.
The orcs are really silly. I like that they're silly.
I love orcs.
I feel like they also just feel like really fun to paint because you can do a bunch of silly things with it, right?
Yep.
I could paint one all purple. Or like I'd be like, I want his shoes to have a couple red stripes on them so he feels like he's really fast, you know?
Oh, totally.
You know?
Orcs are absolute blast for that in the fluff. So at the end in modeling,
Plus,
you get to do a lot of fun.
I think game-wise, like playing the board game, I would enjoy orcs in the fact that it's very RNG based. I love a game that is highly RNG instead of necessarily totally skill. It's like why I like the card game Weiss Schwarz, because it feels very balanced and a little bit RNG with when you like flip climates cards and stuff like that in your deck.
Oh yeah.
Like I love the RNG factor. It makes games always interesting, and you always have to adapt to whatever like hand you're dealt, so to speak.
I was thinking of Weiss Schwarz recently because of the VTuber anime where it comes up.
It came up in the VTuber anime? That's so cool.
Yeah. Oh, you need to watch that if you haven't watched it yet. We should do it.
Yeah, we should definitely binge that. Anime night. Yeah.
So like 13 episodes or something. So.
Thank you for answering my questions. I'll make sure that YouTube has the link to your stuff below. So please check the description if you want to check out Professor Wisteria. She might be doing some more model painting on stream, etc. And she also does a lot of TCG stuff, of various TCGs.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, thank you for having me on. Of course, it's always wonderful.
Thank you for answering some real world game tabletop questions. Thank you.
Yep.
I will I'll hit you up about maybe like sitting in and watching a game sometime.
Yeah, or we can learn some basics and try seeing how you even like that, and kill teams an option as well.
Don't. I gotta take this one step at a time.
Okay.
One step at a time.
We'll go to our the good local store on a weekend when every table's filled with either Yu-Gi-Oh or Warhammer and check it out.
Okay.
And occasionally BattleTech.
Sounds good. I'll let you hang up now. I'll see you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Alright, that was Wisteria. So sweet to have her on stream for a bit. Yeah. She's a sweetheart, and she answered some of my questions, and I'm a little bit hyped to go listen in on a game or watch in on a game, and then pretend I'm like one of those like I almost said stupid girls, but I mean an unknowledgeable thought. And I'm like, oh, what rid of these figurines? I don't know what happened. And then all of a sudden just be like, I'm Alfarius. Right in their ear. Can you imagine? What would you do? What would you do if there was like a random girl came up to you in the card shop? She doesn't look like she's like, you know, into Warhammer. She's just casually like looking at other stuff around the store, walks up to you. You call the cops. And then all of a sudden says, I'm Alfarius. Wisteria, you better not spoil this for me. You can't tell anyone I'm into Warhammer before I go to the store, okay? No, don't tell anyone. Yes, thank you. Leave me alone. Hi, friend, what do you want to know? Feel free. That's right, YouTube. What would you do? Tell me, what would you do in the comments? Tell me what you do. If I sneakily went up behind you, maybe not so sneakily, but and whispered, "I'm Alfarius."
Extraordinary feats of
Anyways, let's
destruction
continue on
in the eyes
with
of
the lore video.
There are also the tech priests known as the cybernetic data smiths. These are specialists which program the powerful Castellan robots of the Legio Cybernetica. Since the aftermath of the heresy, the Legio Cybernetica robots have been controlled completely by their masters, for the mechanicum constructs of this era ultimately would prove disastrous, and a firm example of why experimentation in replicating the achievements of the Dark Age of technology were perhaps best left consigned to history in the eyes of the cult. The Castellan robots used by the Mechanicus now are ordered by sanctified doctrina wafers, fusions of biomatter and nanoelectronics, that are even shorter supply than the physical robot constructs themselves. These wetware slivers are entrusted to tech priests who are designated as these cybernetica
Floppy
data
disks.
smiths. When
Ooh.
inserted by the tech priest, the command wafer's protocol dictates their behavior,
I know what
usually with a
floppy
fairly
disks
straightforward
are.
procedure to destroy the enemy.
What?
The use of
I know what
robots by
floppy
the
disks
Mechanicus is
are.
a powerful but
I
also
used to make like
comical
funny
affair.
jokes to my friends. I'd be like, you know what? You're a floppy disk and I'm a hard drive.
Such is their fear of rogue machines that in order to change the commands of any robot, it's an absurdly impractical situation, because it requires the robot's doctrina wafer to be physically removed, with a new command sequence then replacing it. Perhaps worse and more comical, should a maniple of robots find itself in battle without their tech priest datasmith, they'll continue to operate
This is just something I've heard. Isn't like the nuclear launch code still on like floppy disks in the States? And they have to be like maintained and stuff like that?
under their last doctrina protocol until it either runs out of power or is
Rumors.
destroyed. So quite
It's a, like,
literally,
meme,
kill
right?
bots. The Mechanicus seem to accept this absurd situation as the trade-off for robot killing power because apparently it's worth the hassle. If only they could create robots that had a simple return to base shutdown command embedded into their protocols.
boy.
But these are advancements one can only dream about.
What do you mean? You can't... You'd think they'd be able to... The technology gaps are gapping. They're really gapping. We gotta have a whole gap moe with this.
The Castellan robots themselves are truly a sight to behold on the battlefield. They stand at nearly twice the height of an Astartes and are designed to take a significant amount of hits before they can be felled, while delivering powerful ranged and close combat ability. Likely one of the reasons the Mechanicus are so fearful of using these automata in battle is that they are believed to be at least partially based or even scavenged upon the ancient robots prior to the onset of the Age of Strife. It's unknown exactly how these machines fit into the picture that saw humanity's great fall, but it's not information the Mechanicus are active in sharing.
It's stagnant.
They contain much from this age though, as their heavy armor combined with rarely seen repulsor grid shields that are able to mitigate all but the heaviest of incoming fire demonstrates this. The robots are often outfitted with powerful weapons such
I'll
as
be like, what the
combustors
fuck
which
is
rain down
this
promethium
shit?
on an enemy. They can maul their foes with
Whoa! Sweet cheeks, thank you so much for the resub. I hope you're doing well.
heavy wrecking ball like powered fists, or use heavy phosphor blasters to chemically
Welcome raiders! Hi! Sweet cheeks, hello. Let me move. There we go. Hi! Welcome on in. My name is Ayumi, your virtual Oneesan, guiding all net needs through the digital world. And thank you so much for the femboy raid. Oh gosh. Femboy raid. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the femboy raid. I mean, of course it's a femboy raid if it's Sweet Cheeks. We all know that. He's got his programmer socks and his cute booty on display for all. So, honorary female raid. Sure, Sweet Cheeks, you can be an honorary female. I'll collab with you, and it doesn't count as a male collab, right? 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 I hope you've been doing well. I hope you had a fun stream. What were you guys up to? What were you doing? Were you chatting away? Were you playing game? Playing Pathfinder. Ooh. Well, speaking of board games, I guess. Speaking of board games, we are diving into some Warhammer 40k lore. Right now we're exploring the Adeptus Mechanicus, or the Tech Priests. And it is a video by Louiton that we are watching. A long fixation video. Maybe. I mean, we're part of the way through. We're like almost halfway through. We've learned a lot today, and I've also had lots of questions today. So I've also paused to yap quite a few times. But I would say everybody's enjoying themselves. Chat, you're having a good time, right? Can we also get a shout out for Sweet Cheeks, please? And thank you. Shout out to the adorable femboy here. Sweet's is best honorary female. Oh, and also another thing, I'm just gonna show you guys, because like Sweet Cheeks, speaking of things that are shaped like cheeks. Well, bam. Look. We got new merch. New Booba mouse pads, including a yandere one that's only here till November 3rd. So if you guys want to check out the merch, I do have new merch available now, which is super exciting. If we could get an exclamation point ooh in chat, that would be super amazing. That way you guys can check it out yourself if you're interested. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. Also, Sweet Cheeks, I had to give you a follow there. I know I was following you before, but quite a while ago, I cleared out all my follows because I was following way too many people, like over 1,000, and it was hard to organize things. But you have been refollowed now. We're good. But yeah, let's head back and let's get through more of this lore video. Boop. Here we go. Lore. Yeah, you gotta cull yours a bit. I feel that. The thing is that I had to use like a bot that like cleared all of it, and it was hard to remember like everybody to follow. So I've just been doing it gradually instead. As I encounter people, I'm just like, oh, gotta refollow there. Oh, gotta refollow there. So usually, and then I'm trying to do it when they're not streaming because like I don't want them to notice. Because I realize if I do it when they're streaming, I have to be like, by the way, I was following before. I didn't unfollow on purpose. It was this and blah 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 blah. So I hopefully if I do it like while they're offline that they won't notice it, kind of thing.
Burn and incinerate their enemy.
Ah, nice. Minecraft is fun.
Now, an
Phosphor
interesting
or
tangent, a small word about phosphor weaponry, or phosphex, because it's something almost uniquely used by the Mechanicus, like their rad weaponry as well. The Militarum and the Astartes no longer use it, and it was more commonly known by the title of phosphex during the Heresy era. Phosphor is now its contemporary, slightly less intense equivalent. And the Mechanicus have a habit of using weaponry that is inimical to organic life, including their equipping of the Skitarii with, as I said, rad weaponry, something no other force in the Imperium is known to do now, for obvious reasons, because it poisons and kills the Skitarii vanguard which carry them. So similarly, just as radiation weapons, the phosphex were effectively outlawed post-Heresy.
Outlawed because it was literally killing the people using them too. Oof. But like, they like bioengineer these guys, so they're like, oh, it doesn't matter, they're gonna die anyways.
And I say effectively because there's no official decree to that effect. Usually it was more of a discretionary decision, where other weapons may serve a purpose, but without the collateral or potentially enduring destructive effects. Although that in itself adds another point of intrigue for me, as I always find it somewhat comical when a piece of weaponry used by the Imperium is deemed as being too much. In the aftermath of something like the Heresy, the rollout of the Inquisition, and the enemies that the Imperium would then subsequently face, these seem perfect targets or users for weapons that would be a little bit too spicy. I can imagine many an Imperial Guardsman would relish the opportunity to have retained a few phosphex artillery shells when facing a Tyranid or Orc Horde tsunami, even despite their extremely hazardous nature. Similarly, Astartes when facing devastating numbers of enemy. From my perspective, I actually find this genuinely to be a little jarring, because apparently Exterminatus is fine, heavy weapon shells containing acid, that's also fine, Titan weapons that literally fire shells made of Exterminatus.
So many war crimes.
Fine, but limited localized radiation poisoning, chemical fires that are difficult to put out, apparently this is not okay. It just seems a bit of a fuss about nothing in the grand scheme of things, and these are the kind of nitpicky rationalizations that I always get hung up on, because, like I said, it's just a bit jarring, it goes against the grain. Still, that's what happened when it came to phosphex, as it was a horrifying weapon, but moreover, it was just practically annoying apparently, because phosphex was an incendiary weapon that would usually take the form of a bomb or artillery shell containing this corrosive, sticky, toxic, flammable compound that had all the consequences implied by those descriptions, with the added irritation of being, as we said, nearly impossible to extinguish with anything other than, say, exposure to a vacuum. Phosphex would expand on impact into the air, becoming a seething liquid mist which seems not immediately harmful but then adheres to an enemy, beginning to burn white hot with an eerie white-green or white-blue flame which is said to have been seemingly attracted to movement. Admittedly, this material is truly a horrific weapon, as whatever it comes into contact with, it then has this chemical effect of burning white hot, easily eating through metal and of course relentlessly through living tissue.
I think that should be allowed to be used on any of the Slaneshi or Dark Elder. I think that should be the exception, is that we use those weapons against them. Because it sounds like it's, yeah, that seems like the exception.
It deserves to be on a weapons list in the future because it's like being draped in a thin blanket or latex covering of white hot liquid metal for the victim. Complete sensory overload as the body is burnt to ash in an intense implosion.
Such a sensory overload that they won't even be able to enjoy it. Exactly, yeah.
Heat. It certainly ranks as one of the most disgusting weapons used by the Imperium. Others, such as the Dark Angels, are also known to use this weapon during the Crusade and Heresy. They were said to be capable of being deployed in shells that quickly rendered entire infantry formations to ashes. So why does the Mechanicus in M41 use this material of phosphor in their Castellan robots and not phosphex? Apparently because early in M40, a rogue tech priest known as Viriliad witnessed the horrific aftermath of a battle known as the cremation of Alcadia Secundus, and for the somewhat implausible reason of having a moral quandary, he eliminated the Adeptus Mechanicus' ability to make phosphex weaponry by destroying its then lone remaining STC database that had survived some 10,000 years and was still in existence for these substances' creation.
They should have done a backup! No! Knowledge lost. Can we get an 07 in the chat for lost knowledge? Oh, it's terrible. No backup. Damn. 07. 07.
He, of course, would be executed using the now uniquely powerful phosphex pistol, Phosphenix, burned by the same chemical horror that he had removed from the galaxy. But in a prime example of the difficulties for the Mechanicus, they've never been able to replicate now this nightmare weapon, only producing the much less impressive Phosphor weaponry. Still, while it's not comparable with Phosphex, one would still prefer not to be on the receiving end of it, as the effect is much the same, an intense burning chemical which causes a considerably horrible death. Its use has only been retained by the Mechanicus, which in itself speaks volumes. Electro priests are one of the strangest subsects of the Mechanicus. They worship one of the three holy trinities of the cult, the motive force, the holy transference of data and instruction down through the stratified ranks of the Mechanicus. At its most plain, motive force is as it sounds. The electricity and electromagnetic energy we see in all living things that powers and gives them life. But the Mechanicus actually see the motive force as one of their three core deities, along with the machine god.
So like with Christianity, they have like, this would be like the Holy Ghost kind, or no, this would be the Spirit. This would be the Spirit. The machine spirit would be the Holy Ghost. And then the Omnisaya would be Jesus, or God. Or no, Jesus. It would be Jesus. I think. I don't know. Like the Trinity. It's like the triangle of worship thingies.
And the Omnisaya.
Kinda.
In the
don't
early
think
days
too hard on that. I don't know.
Electro priests were the most devoted followers of the motive force. In the days of their inception, however, they were divided by a religious schism between the two groups known as the Corpus Cari and the Fulgurites. Essentially, the difference emerged based around the fact that the Corpus Cari focused their worship upon the machine god, believing his light should be brought to illuminate all, and mounted crusades to champion their cause, whereas the Fulgurites were horrified, for they are highly protective of the motive force, believing their god's favour to be finite. In their eyes, excuse the pun, Mechanicus players will get it, the Corpus Cari was simply wasting the power imbued to them by the machine god. This caused among the Electro priests a period known as the Conduit Wars, and even in M41 Mars' surface remains scorched by the battles waged by the worshippers of the motive force. By M41 it seems clear, and many Electro priests agree, this conflict will likely never truly be resolved. Electro priests are capable of channeling energy through anything they touch. Cybernetic grafts in their nervous system allow them to channel electrical energy through their copper-etched palms, the charge building quickly as the Electro Priest works themselves into an ecstatic frenzy. At the height of their religious mania, the truly devout can destroy enemies of the machine god with bolts of living lightning, or in the case of the Fulgurites, drain their life energy. Disturbingly, they can even suck the bioelectricity from living creatures, drawing it out in one great draft and harnessing it within their core capacitors, so that the same energy can later power the holy instead of the heretic. By contrast, the Corpuscari are far more proactive in their use of electrical force. They throw out terrifying jagged bolts of the machine god's wrath into their foes. Enemy, struck by these sacred energies for a brief moment before death, see the light, their violent full-body spasms shaking them apart while they burn from the inside out. Every one of the Omnissiah's worshippers is fitted with small identifier plates and information wafers located below the skin's surface, which can only be accessed by senior tech priests. These are known as Electu. In the case of the Electro Priests, their Electu are so extensive they cover their entire nervous system. Even servitors and robots are blessed with their own form of Electu to designate who they belong to, as much as the religious reasons. In times of battle, an entire procession of Mechanicus followers can have their Electus remotely set to respond to the same canticles and invocations, enabling the leaders of the cult Mechanicus to fill their entire cybernetic congregations with the divine ability to destroy their enemy with living lightning, piston-driven fists, or the blinding light of the Omnissiah's truth. And to explain my earlier pun, all Electro Priests do not see in a conventional sense. This is because the channeling of sacred motive force boils their eyes right from their sockets.
Boils
an
their
event
eyes?
usually in their first experimentation with their new powers, and it is known as the Omnissiah's tears.
The
Electro Priests, though,
Omnissiah's
need
tears.
no eyes to see, for they can sense the electromagnetic signatures of all around them. They perceive the world differently, and their vision is that of the motive force visualized for them. Electro Priests see ordinary living beings as dim ghosts of electric force, something that they can easily change by illuminating them into blazing vessels for the motive force, that they might for a moment stand in the light of the Omnissiah.
Damn.
Tech Priest Dominus are known for commanding powerful Mechanicus assets in battle, one of those being Cataphron battle servitors. Servitors.
That dude is just literally a tank. That dude's just literally a tank.
Forge worlds can number anywhere from tens of millions up to hundreds of millions. And these, generally speaking, can be sourced from vat-grown humans, or when numbers are needed, criminals and gang members committed to a life sentence as a servitor. Lobotomized and turned into essentially a cyborg in service of the Mechanicus or the Imperium. But when an individual of significantly impressive physical bulk is captured by the Adeptus Arbites, they will often be marked for conversion to a Cataphron servitor. While vat-grown servitors have their place, it was found that battle servitors require more of the aggression found in humans to be successfully meshed with their constructs. Cataphron are usually severed at the waist and meshed into a tracked, heavily armoured sarcophagus of sorts, to which they will remain until destroyed. Their individual survival, of course,
Warhammer
is
loves
of little
doing that.
importance.
They're just like, hey, this is your life now. You're stuck here. This is your life. Even in death you serve.
As they can easily
The
be
Emperor
reclaimed
or
and
the
produced in
Omnissiah.
significant numbers upon Forge Worlds, thus enabling them to be sent into extremely hostile battle zones with little concern for losses, often catching enemy unaware by approaching with an unexpected aggression. Cataphron servitors, be they a breacher or destroyer, are an immense force on the battlefield. Their singular purpose is destruction, and every enhancement gifted to them is geared for maximum lethality. Were these, say, mere heavy infantry carriers of the Militarum, they would likely be equipped with some feeble projectile
More
weapons.
like
But
not
as part of the
even death. It's more like in total absolutely destruction of everything. Because as we kind of seen, like the Ad Mechanicus really like to repurpose a lot of things. So until you're like absolutely 100% blown to smithereens, like none of you is left, like absolutely none of you, then you're just gonna keep getting repurposed.
Because they carry the most lethal weaponry of plasma fire and
Waste
gravity
not, right?
distortion, capable of crushing and twisting the most heavily armored enemies into piles of twisted wreckage or molten residual plasma. Sicarian represent the next stage of advancement from the Skitari. Once human, they have now moved far beyond the mortal form and become almost entirely cybernetic. The likes of the Sicarian Ruststalkers, for example, were repurposed from excommunicated Skitarii into Killclades. Sicarian can also be recovered from battle-damaged Skitarii, literally dragged from the battlefields, having been burned, broken, or otherwise shattered by the forces of combat in M41. But these individuals judged suitable for further service are given a second chance and taken back to the Forge laboratories for extensive augmentation. The Magi biologist tech priests require only the
legs that you, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's like your VRC model that you use. It's got the legs. Reverse jointed legs, yeah. At first, I thought you just looked at the tech priest horse, and you're like, join me together with a horse. But no, these are actually a thing, okay.
cerebral and nervous functions to create a Sicarian, meaning usually the cranial section, spine, and perhaps limb connection points, and a good portion of the torso are all they need. They'll be salvaged and installed with new, slender limbs of shining metal. These are the lucky Skitarii who will be salvaged, installed with new, slender limbs of shining metal. And while Ruststalker Sicarian employ melee-focused weapons, the infiltrators, as the name suggests, prefer a stealthy
how
option.
much is left in the Skitarii that's actually human? Like maybe 10%, like 15% of like flesh left, like just like a little bit of a brain. You know?
The weapons of the Ruststalker Sicarian emanate an unpleasant, nausea-inducing hum, which when used in battle, sweep a sonic array across a variety of wavelengths until they find the apparent molecular frequency to simply pass through whatever armor, bone, flesh their enemies carry. The results are visceral, as one would expect, and the form of their tools can range from stiletto swift razors to the chawed claw, a needle-fingered gauntlet capable of turning flesh into quivering mulch before the victim even has a chance to attempt to evade engagement and likely even feel anything. Sicarian infiltrators, though, focus on moving close.
Okay, I have another one of those questions, because is this just a matter of just GW just not having this available as a figurine, or is this a lore thing? Women with Ad Mechanicus. Explain. Is that a thing at all? Are women allowed to knowledge, or is there like women? Yes, there is women. I guarantee you, I'm just gonna be real with you, chat. I'm gonna be real with you. The first thing a tech priest woman would do is chop off her boobs. That is like the first thing. If the flesh is weak, those are not needed at all, especially if you're not having children. That is the first thing you're gonna do as a tech priest woman is chop off your boobs. That is like or turn them into weapons. I don't think you can really turn, like, replace the milk with oil. You guys, stop being degens. It's like think about it as a useless flesh sack. It's getting chopped off. It's been done. Not probably officially. That's probably more of a what, you just want them to be like oil containers instead? Biologically, just like balance wise, they're stupid and in the way. Tesla coil boobs. Oh my god, you guys, no, there's no boobs. There would be no boobs. Those would get chopped off right away if a tech priest was a woman. I guarantee you. Unless she cares about femininity being part of her humanity or something like that. But like, if the flesh is weak and you want to be robot, the boobs are gone. There's no boobs. No boobs. The purity of the human, maybe a purity of the human form one, but oh my goodness. No boobs, only tech. Thank you for the head pat too. I'm just saying, for the most part, I'd say like 90%, the boobs would be gone. The boobs would be gone, guys. No, not needed. They wouldn't be needed. I mean, on the official figures for female tech priests, they do something funnier. You remember the film Awesome? What did they do? What did they do? I need images of this. I need to know. Are you sure it's an official figure? Are you sure it's an official figure for a female tech priest? What? Boob guns? I mean, if part of the reason of keeping the boobs would be to distract the enemy for the Omnisaya, then I can see that being a stretch, if anything. But, like, it's not like boobs are supported by any, like, skeletal structure. It's literally just, an organ for milk production and fat. So there is no reasons other than sus reasons that boobs would continue to really exist on a female tech priest. Because if she has the mindset of any other tech priest, those are gone. You're wanting to immediately relinquish as much flesh as you can for the Omnisaya to become more machine. Those old models, 90s ones. Yeah, that was probably like a marketing strategy with those models. Just saying. Depends on the female tech priest that you ask. I guess. But if we're just talking regular lore with Grimdark, I would say they would chop off their boobs. Okay?
To their prey before opening fire and slashing the enemy.
This
to
is
pieces.
coming from a female who I love my boobs. I like having boobs. But if I didn't love my boobs and I saw no like inherent value in them as presenting nicely and liking my own flesh, then if I were to become a tech priest and those were my new core values as a person, the boobs are useless. They get in the way. It's extra weight that could be something mechanical instead. So much more to do with that.
They infiltrate by overwhelming an enemy's sensory apparatus with stimuli. Voxcasters scream, screens turn to static, but even among living individuals, their disruptive emanations are as effective upon the natural senses as they are artificial. Audible senses are saturated suddenly with high frequency
Ultramarines
tinnitus,
used to host
eyes,
balls in the old
water, and
90s
turn
lore. Like dancing? Like those kind of balls?
red, dulled and blurred by pressure. The taste of burnt metal fills the mouth. Some likely will struggle even to breathe. As their orifices bleed or pour out other fluid, pain crushing all sensory organs, the intended enemy are very often completely disabled by the assault, on their knees or slumped against a wall as the Sicarian infiltrators simply walk into point-blank range and open fire. This specially designed broad-spectrum assault is calibrated by the tech priest sanctioning the dispatch of these terrifying assassin units, and while any Skitarii sent to fight alongside them will be given null codes which will translate these disruptive frequencies into harmless soft psalms to the Omnisaya's glory. Sicarian infiltrators are seen in the eyes of the Skitarii as blessed wardens against data corruption who fight a selfless war on the front line. To an enemy, facing a Sicarian is a terrifying and very likely final encounter, for they are the barely human agents of death.
So I'm guessing game-wise those guys cost a lot of points.
They show no mercy at any time, only merciless calculating efficiency in completing whatever orders have been encoded to them by their master tech priest.
Or I'm guessing lore, the difference between lore and game-wise, the balancing might be completely different than what you'd think power levels, I guess. Yeah, that's what I figured.
Are an iconic piece of the Mechanicus arsenal. Originating from ancient Mars, they were crafted as labouring machine that could easily cross the wastelands of Mars in safety. Its reliability, in part due to its Mars Universal Land Engine, meant it could be easily repurposed for war, and so was refitted with Emanatus force shielding and a considerable arsenal of weapons for its relative size. Their scuttling nature makes them seem like strange predatory insectoid battle machines, and it follows the Mechanicus trend of taking inspiration from organic forms. Crewed by two Skitarii of differing disciplines, the Ranger atop the vehicle uses their skill in range combat to pick apart enemy over distance, while the Vanguard Skitarii within, built for endurance, uses their resilience to harmful energies to be immersed in an amniotic tank, enabling direct and highly responsive communion with the vehicle's...
An amniotic tank, you say?
machine spirit. While the crew themselves are of course easily replaceable, Dune crawlers are such a symbolic temple dedicated to the machine god that the construct itself is of far higher value in the eyes of the cult.
Thank you for the head pad.
The final contingents of the Mechanicus arsenal rise in power and stature so significantly they can only really be discussed in other content, for we would move into the realm of knights and titans beyond this point, something that people are of course already reasonably familiar with. These do of course make for a significant contingent in the Mechanicus arsenal though. Specifically in terms of knights, it's worth mentioning that the Mechanicus, when they founded their forge worlds all throughout the galaxy, built strong connections with many knight worlds. Often as noted, you would find multiple knight worlds in the same region as a forge world for the relative support that they could provide one another. Tech priests can request knights to support their titan legions or to join explorator fleets, assist missions to seize lost archaeotech, and so on. They'll often be deployed to help in defending key planets, especially endangered forge or resource-rich worlds.
Really
in return, they can expect to receive technological resources and gifts from the Mechanicus and their local forge worlds. Knights that align with the Mechanicus are visibly distinct from their Imperial counterparts, for their armour is very often some combination of white, black and red, and they're covered in symbols of the Mechanicus, cogs, skulls, and general symbols of the forges they align with.
Quest for knowledge.
In the past, I have talked about the rise and fall of the Mechanicum. I've talked about their inability to innovate, and through other events we've crossed over into thinking about worlds like Ryza and Zhao or Zhao Arcad, and that some of these forge worlds may have different motivations, even secretly, that they hold towards Mars itself. So when I felt the burning desire to speak about the Mechanicus again, I wondered why I hadn't done this much earlier, and then of course it struck me as to why. Because unlike the Imperium, which has seen massive upheaval and conflict which struck at the very core of its foundation, stability and even continued existence, the Mechanicus has, if you grant some reasonable leeway, not changed significantly since its split during the Heresy and prior to this, their original alliance with the Emperor. Yes, senior members of their order have come and gone, struggles have taken place on individual worlds, and the pain of the Imperium and its survival has been shared
it was
by
that
the
specialized
Mechanicus in their
Skitarii.
symbiotic...
It was the one that after Skitarii, it was Caesarian. That's what I'm interested in. What the cost on that one is, because they are like an upgraded Skitarii. Skitarii was earlier here. I'm looking for Caesarian, yeah.
Relationship. But in this time, the goals of the Adeptus Mechanicus have changed little. Their forces often are called to fight alongside the Astra Militarum, Astartes, or any of the other militant forces of the Imperium, but those who charge into war in the name of the Omnissiah, of course, have their own specific objectives to fight for. So in terms of speaking about the Mechanicus, not much really has occurred in an especially significant way. Of course there are always bumps in the road, but nothing cataclysmic. This is largely due to the fact that unlike the Imperium, the Mechanicus post-Heresy has remained generally quite focused and united. The Imperium does not interfere or provoke the tech priests much either, because they know that without the Mechanicus, the Imperium would undoubtedly crumble. Equally, it's reasonable for us to consider that because of this vital role the Mechanicus occupy, the two factions have become ever more intertwined, so that by M41, some of the autonomy of the Adeptus Mechanicus has also been eroded. Not to mention the fact that in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy and other Imperium-focused major disruptions, those who serve the Emperor have tightened the reins and paid closer attention to any who may lead us toward another path of chaos and civil war. This means that for Forge Worlds, which were always seen as being almost off-limits for the administrative bureaucracy of Terra, they now are subject to inquisitorial scrutiny on a level unthinkable in the earliest days of the Treaty of Mars. The horror of the traitors in the Heresy caused shockwaves that continue to resonate even 10,000 years later among the Mechanicus. Where they were once a strong and united group, there will always now remain a fear of being subjected to accusations of heresy, which has undoubtedly had a chilling effect on the discussion of ideas, and the true knowledge has gradually been replaced by learning through repetition and understanding by dogma. No wonder that any who truly attempt to innovate in the contemporary period are viewed extremely cautious.
So because of people being worried about heresy or heretical ideas, it's now that is also stopping the pursuit of knowledge and new knowledge from going further as well. And then tech priests are just having to be a little bit more careful because they are under watch of the Inquisition. And as you know, the Inquisition, at the drop of a hat, can just be like, heresy here? Nuke it. Nuke it. So, Caesarean 5 models are 70 points, 10 models are 140, and there are 2 types of Caesarean infiltrators and Caesarean rust stalkers, 5 models for 75 and 10 for 150. Heresy! Yes. So we just blame the Inquisition, right? I mean...
even unfavorably. Of course, the tech priests continue to analyze...
But, I mean, like, we saw in Space Marine 2, the result of a tech priest messing with chaos powers, for example, and trying to pursue new technology, so to speak, which wasn't actually technology, considering he's messing with fucking chaos artifact, which he shouldn't have been messing with at all. If anything, that tech priest was heresy. No, wasn't it? What do you mean that wasn't chaos? It was a chaos artifact, wasn't it? Was it a Necron? He said it was a chaos artifact at one point, didn't he? Necron? No? I'm confused. I'm pretty... I will have to look at those cutscenes again to... Oh, it was a Necron device to fight chaos, but it was still... The Necron device was still using chaos magic to fight chaos. Like, it was like... You know what I mean? Like, it's still not good to mess with that shit. Yes and no, Necron tech is like... Warp stuff is really messy. Exactly, just don't mess with the warp stuff. Just don't mess with it. We should be finding actual technology. We should just steal from the Tau.
Catalog and examine every scrap of
Dude was too ahead of himself and not communicating.
Data and ancient technology they find, but it's a process
Necrons are immune to chaos stuff, so yeah, that's true.
Ever diminishing returns, and only in very rare cases do they discover a working example of something that can
Steal
be
from the
reproduced, which
maybe we should steal from the Tau, just saying.
What seems to go against the grain of their entire religion. Why does not the machine god gift them with a bounty of new knowledge after all? There is no need for true understanding when the machine god can provide all. The decay across 10,000 years to the contemporary Imperium is self-evident. Adeptus Mechanicus replications of 1,000-year-old machines are far inferior and can often be dangerous to their operators. Despite this, perhaps almost incomprehensibly, the cult Mechanicus continues to view any form of innovation with supreme skepticism. Some might even go so far as to suggest that their core goals have slowly been eroded over time, where knowledge of the machine has been supplanted by simple worship of its function. As a result, with the exception of a few notable individuals, there are very few tech priests in the 41st millennium who can approach the technical brilliance of their ancient predecessors. As each century comes to a darkened close, a little more of mankind's accumulated technological lore passes beyond understanding and becomes myth and legend before...
So they're not doing their freaking job very well. They're not doing their job very well. It doesn't seem like they're preserving the knowledge very well, just saying. Oh, they're worried. They're getting too caught up in, like, worship of machines to, like, we're trying, okay? No, you're not trying hard enough. You need to do more for the Emperor. The Emperor demands more. You know what the Emperor was doing? He was going out there and finding new tech and making it possible for us to travel across large distances with new technology. You know what? He failed to raise his kids. And we don't. He didn't have a mother to help with that. He was. How could you blame a poor single dad like that, you guys? How could you? How could you? He was doing his best, and you know what? You know what happened to him? All his sons got sent across the galaxy, so far from him. What was he to do? He was trying to work on special space magic so they could be together again. He was doing his best. It's not the Emperor's fault. He was doing his best as a single dad. The The Primarchs had a mom? Where? Where is she? Where? I have not heard this. And why isn't she talked about? Is this a redacted mom? Are they redacting her too?
Falling into eternal shadow. While there has remained largely a
Sounds
peace
like
between
heresy.
the Mechanicus and the Imperium, there always remain suspicions between the two about their larger motives and goals when remaining unrevealed to the other. So while becoming closer over time, the tech priests of Mars have always kept humanity at something of an arm's length, and despite the increased scrutiny that has become necessary since the heresy, many clades upon Hive worlds exist as being largely closed to all human visitors, which certainly does nothing to assuage any fears about suspect activities or motivations. Forge worlds, similarly, are not just open planets that anyone can decide to just visit out of curiosity, and it's often been demonstrated, as was the case with Riser during the Heresy, that Forge worlds retain considerably larger stockpiles of military hardware, sometimes of patterns that were long thought destroyed or even unseen, than are actually officially
I should
documented.
just make a show where I take on people to like debate to debate Warhammer topics. It'll be like a game show slash talking show, and we just get two people with two different opinions, and we're like, okay, you present your idea, show me facts, explain, and then counter argument. You show your idea, present me facts, explain, and then. Do you remember like in school when they taught you how to like properly debate and like, you know, the back and forth and like presenting and everything like that? Man, I feel like it would have been way more fun if we'd done it with like Warhammer.
Which leaves many to wonder about the truth strength of the Mechanicus and the inevitable follow-up question of, and what implications do such secretly hoarded strength suggest? Because while the Space Marine legions were broken into their smaller chapters to prevent too much strength being concentrated in one place, this was not the case for the Mechanicus because of their autonomy. It could of course be very innocent and nothing more than the cult wishing to ensure they can adequately defend their forge worlds in any possible scenario, for they truly fear the loss of knowledge and a repeat of the devastation and catastrophic loss that occurred during the original fall of Mars and then later again in
Like a bowl of spaghetti. I'd eat that spaghetti.
the Heresy, but there were almost certainly some within its ranks who would wish to see themselves separated once again, not necessarily to go to war directly against the rest of humanity, but definitely with a new independence that would enable them to choose their own path forward and without being chained to the Imperium. Of course, the reasoning for such ideas, not having seen a stronger uptake among the senior ranks of the tech priests, would likely be due to the fact that the Mechanicus already remains considerably more autonomous than many factions of the Imperium.
Dude says they have the mom but can't even get her name right. It took you 3 tries.
Something it is well aware of, and while true autonomy would bring benefits, it would also increase the probability of potential disasters. For
biological mother, I guess? Depends on what you view as mother. Is a mother someone whose genetics you get from the female, or is it the person who raises? A female presence who raises. So I mean, if this is a genetic material that is shared between all of them, that sounds like a biological mother to me.
While it continues to retain its own substantial military power, the
If that even is canonical.
enemies of the galaxy have only ever increased in the 10,000 years since the Heresy, and the Mechanicus leadership understands fully that now would not be the time at all for a fracturing of the two.
Just as much as the Emperor being the father, because like his DNA was also spliced and edited and done a lot of things with to create the Primarchs, correct?
Major elements that constitute human civilization.
But he also acted as a father at one point, not just genetically.
M41. Plus, as things stand, the power wielded by the Mechanicus is already significant. They could, generally speaking, ignore actions they do not see as.
Believe me, I have a biological father who is in no part raised me or part of my life, but he's still my biological father. But in no way does he ever acted or is legally or was around. Yeah, fun. Personal lore, but technically biological father is what I would say. So if you want to say that there was no mother, but there was a biological mother, then I'd say that statement would be more correct.
Being mutually beneficial, although in saying this there is always a political cost to bear. Their original treaty with the Emperor continues to bind them
No, I was a regular human girl like you. I just was uploaded into the onto the net, you know?
significantly to the Imperium, and while some actions may enable them to flex their substantial power, like so much of the diplomacy between factions within the Imperium, this only
Y'all haven't watched the lore in a while, jeez.
goes so far. When it comes down to it, the Mechanicus would likely follow in line most of the time with the rest of the Imperium, except in the most extreme circumstances, where it would be clear that any subsequent consequences would be heavily counterproductive to the wider goals of the Mechanicus. So, from the earliest days of the cult Mechanicus through to the Indomitus era of M41, the armies of the Adeptus Mechanicus have strode out in defense of their forge worlds and the galactic goals of the Imperium of mankind, but the Mechanicus are not merely guardians. The Tech Priests continue to wage aggressive campaigns that see entire systems consumed by war in their ceaseless search for knowledge. The lifelong mission is one they carry out both individually and collectively, and the Tech Priests refer to this simply as the quest for knowledge. This in itself sounds quite straightforward, but as with most things within the cult, it's more nuanced, for they believe the ability to comprehend and use knowledge is in itself the basis for the measurement of intellect. Their fourth universal law states that intellect is the understanding of knowledge. The point of this observation for the Mechanicus is that the quest for knowledge in and of itself sounds very laudable, yet without the ability to understand the knowledge you have discovered, be it a data archive, holomat, or some other piece of archaeotech, you may be able to appreciate the value of what has been found, that it holds some importance, but without the comprehension.
Which is why I'm guessing you get into a lot of not very nice experiments and stuff, because they found knowledge, now they need to test the knowledge to fully understand it. And a lot of that is going to turn into like very interesting bioengineering related things and experiments on people. So, practical experience there, yeah.
To be able to understand it, this does not qualify then as true intellect from the perspective of the Tech Priests. This is of course though a problem they have encountered all too readily, when data and archive concepts may be discovered and returned to Mars, but they themselves lack the intellect to fully comprehend what it is they have found, making it largely and unfortunately often redundant, despite them being able to appreciate its relative inherent value. The quest for knowledge, though, can take many forms. Mostly, it's some iteration of the research and exploration of ancient worlds and any located archaeotech, undiscovered fragmented ancient data, bizarre uncatalogued phenomena, lost worlds of humanity since the Dark Age of technology, and most of all, its ultimate form remains in the pursuit of the ancient near-mythological devices known as STC. Now, I won't drag us through the whole STC system thing too hard today, because we've done that extensively before and I even have an entire video about it. But simply put, STC were created at the height of the Dark Age of technology when humanity was colonizing the galaxy. They quickly realized that it was very necessary to create a machine capable of holding the sum total of humanity's knowledge and that could enable any colony to weather and deal with any challenge they faced. To solve this critical issue, they developed the STC system, Standard Template Construction. But having a universal database to work from is one thing, but an aspect that has remained confusing about STC is why would hard copy templates exist at all? And that's, as I say, kind of a deep rabbit hole to go into today. I've discussed it at length previously, because STC systems were this vast database of knowledge, and they included all of the most complex theoretical understanding that humanity had achieved. Unfortunately, almost no intact functioning STC has ever been discovered, and if they were, as some were believed to be in the heresy, they were sadly lost or became corrupted. An extremely frustrating fact, because if a functioning STC were to be discovered, it could theoretically propel humanity back to its zenith level of technology, albeit without the heightened level of social and cultural thinking. The problem for the Imperium and Mechanicus is that mainly what colonists needed were fairly straightforward. Tools, industrial equipment, medical and industrial, machinery to build and maintain a colony, not empire-defining war machines, or technology that would see humanity able to simply just delete the most powerful enemy constructs at will. What the Mechanicus tend to discover in the ancient ruins of human worlds are referred to confusingly also as STC, Standard Template Constructs, and these are hard copy templates that can be fed into an STC constructor, or seemingly the fabrication plants of the Mechanicus Forge worlds, and it will simply begin then producing that machine design. The problem is that this is obviously extremely limiting and slow in terms of progressing human technology. Thankfully, because the Dark Age of technology humans were so advanced compared to the Age of the Imperium, any discovery tends to be wildly beneficial. Even equipment used by the colonists for agriculture is powerful enough to often be repurposed as a war machine in M41. The vast majority of common weapons, vehicles and systems in use throughout the Imperium have been faithfully copied from ancient STC information. Where such information exists, it is precious and sacred to its keepers, an artifact that has been passed down over hundreds of generations.
We essentially have like a post-apocalyptic, grim, dark universe, essentially, because of this like dark age that happened, and like the technology that we have only being remnants of old tech, which gives like Warhammer 40k like a lot of options to make things look as old or as futuristic as they want, or some weird blend in between because of all this lost technology. It's quite interesting.
Notable example always being Magos Arkan Land, still remembered and celebrated thousands of years after his death for his discovery of a single STC fragment in the 31st millennium. That single fragment yielded construction templates for the famous Land Raider battle tank and Land Speeder aerial attack vehicle, both named in honour of their discoverer, and in other instances the discoverers of an STC that yielded a knife so advanced it was given to the Astartes as their base equipment were gifted an entire world to govern and be named in their honour. So discovering an STC fragment or template is of immense significance for the Mechanicus and Imperium, and very often for Xenos and the enemies of humanity for that matter. Because technology from the Dark Age is so powerful, it's often even coveted by humanity's enemies just as much as it is the Imperium and Mechanicus. So even the slightest rumour of an STC discovery brings a race where multitudes of tech priests and their arc fleets will investigate and often wage war within an entire system to find it. Any resistance is crushed under the full force of the Adeptus Mechanicus with no mention of Imperial authority, because if any kind of STC is discovered by the...
You just whisper, you're like, I have word of an STC, and they're just like, assemble everyone, assemble everyone!
The Imperium, they themselves remain bound by the Treaty of Mars, and technically all must be handed directly to the tech priests. Not that this would stop any unscrupulous planetary governors, rogue traders, and even inquisitors ignoring such technicalities.
Where? It's basically like saying oil to an American, right?
Gain.
Oh man, I can't look. We still have like a whole big section here and a couple little sections over here. Damn! Oh man, I'm starting to get a little tired. This has been a long, arduous video. This is why I say that the Bricky videos are nice, because they're only an hour, and it's all very fast and high energy, and I can get through a lot of stuff. But this has been very nice for the amount of detailed information. This one's an hour and 50 minutes. This is an hour and 50 minutes, this video. We are an hour and 20 minutes into it right now. Yeah, but that's why Bricky's good for like the getting synopsises on a bunch of different things at once. Then I can look into individual videos on things later. Oh man. Oh man. This is the slag you go through while building models. Yeah, I'm Ippy Oneesan. It is actually getting pretty late here. We'll probably go for another 15 minutes, which means we should have enough time to finish this if I don't pause too much. So let's get through this, okay?
While the machine gods served the purposes of the survival cult of Mars in its darkest hour, unifying and focusing the technicians of Mars toward a common goal, and later focusing them upon retaining the technology they had, while not wasting resources on endless research and experimentation, was a very constructive aspect of the original cult Mechanicus. But there was, of course, one small problem. It trapped them in an endless cycle of understanding and maintenance that was reinforced largely through repetition, which over millennia has severely limited their actual understanding of the technology held, which has in part consequently led to many considerable losses of major pieces of technology. So in the long run, not so good. And while sometimes words like research get thrown around in relation to the Mechanicus and the Imperium, the idea of true forward thinking, research being conducted by the Mechanicus, is very likely not what people imagine it to be, because actual independent scientific research is at best only a partially accurate framing of what occurs in terms of research conducted by the Mechanicus. Although, I will note that...
Welcome! Hi! Thank you so much for the raid, Flea! Freedom Studio, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to today? Dev work, game, chatting, what were you up to? Hi. Also, I guess I will introduce myself to you guys. My name is Ayumi, your virtual Oneesan, currently Neko Oneesan, because we got the cat ears on, guiding all net neats through the digital world. Welcome in. Yeah, we are doing some Warhammer 40k lore dives right now. Thank you for the follow, my cat's code. We're building a dance studio for V4 Mirai commission. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I'd love to see how that turns out. Is it for like in Warudo or for like VR chat? Because I know V4 Mirai has done some VR chat stuff too, though. But yeah, that's in Warudo. Nice. I look forward to working with Fui in the future. I might hit her up for some commissions for either the world work or just like general blueprints for Warudo. But I am looking into getting a new 3D model in the works very soon. So please look forward to that. In the meantime, though, I do some 3D content in VR chat, and I'm also a ambassador for Virtual Market. Fui, if you ever are interested in that, I've got some tours coming up in December if you want to do some official tours, too. Woohoo, 3D model, yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyways, I hope you had an excellent rest of the stream. Don't make me hold you up. Feel free to get some rest if you need to, okay? Sounds good. Thank you. And once again, thanks for bringing your lovely community here. I really appreciate it. Try Adeptus Ridiculous. It's another Bricky account and 40k lore breakdown. I will. I've been told that. I've been looking we've been doing some Luiten videos recently, and we did start with a Bricky video earlier, but I will try Adeptus Ridiculous. It should be fun. Yeah, we're learning about the Adeptus Mechanicus, also known as Tech Priest. So we're just looking into more info about their relationship with the Omnisaya, or their machine spirit.
This idea of technology research is one of the more flexible, or we might say incorrectly applied concepts within the galaxy of M41. The only real answer to the question, does humanity engage in research for technology in M41, is to say yes, but also no,
but also
or
no.
A vague maybe.
Maybe?
And I will explain why this is such a non-plus answer. The first point is that quite simply the cult Mechanicus, as per its origins, emerged out of a need to preserve and maintain existing technology, not through its creation. That wasn't their urgent need at the time. The tech priests were very undoubtedly more innovative than those in M41, but it doesn't mean they held the understanding of knowledge that would enable the creation of genuinely new technology, plus that was not what they were focused on at the time. They were focused on their raw survival.
Oh, thank you so much for the gift subs! Thank you! I really appreciate that. Cat's code. Arigato! Thank you! And, Nurex. Nurex? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Feel free to correct me, but thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Hi.
And when you're focused on something like that, it doesn't give you a lot of time for extra thinking or writing things
Meow,
down
meow.
necessarily.
Meow,
In fact,
meow.
this is actually something of an open question itself. We do not know the hierarchy of technology and scientific creation during the
Meow?
Golden Age, the
Sure
Dark
thing.
Age of technology. As an example, much of the high-end technology we produce today is only possible due to extremely complex computers and in the future also likely AI. So it's very probable that during the Dark Age of technology, humans have become fairly redundant, and the systems they created may have in fact held higher understandings of the technology than their creators. And then there was an imbalance of power, the classic AI narrative. And this is of course one possibility as to how they then ended up in a downward spiral of war with AI, the Men of Iron. So it's important to remember that the Mechanicum emerged from Mars as the cult Mechanicus, dedicated to preserving the life-giving technology that was literally
And when it
essential
comes to technology, it seems like they have a much more, like, I think, you guys like it is called Cult Mechanicus, so like it's mechanical things instead of like digital and like CPU based technology. So I think they're also just like afraid of progressing because of like what happened to humanity before, and there's that like, big fear of technology in a way.
their survival. And over time, this became a religious cult who saw technology and knowledge as spiritually gifted to humanity, rather than springing from the minds of humans. And that detail is very critical, because it makes me ask the question, why didn't the cult Mechanicus
Which means they're not about finding or creating new technology, they're about being gifted it from their so-called machine spirit, so they expect to just find it and then just absorb the information that they find instead of actually doing proper scientific research to create new ideas or new technology.
creative and innovate new technologies.
They're boomers!
Now, in fairness, they did to a degree, but nowhere near the level that saw Mars return to
They're
a semblance of its
nostalgia-based.
former self, nor did they revive AI or any of
They
the
don't want those digital clocks, they
extremely
want
advanced systems from the dark age
analog.
of technology. Instead, they continued scratching around in the dust, looking for scraps of what had come before, in the hopes they may be able to somehow convince its machine spirit to work. I think it's quite clear why the cult of the machine on Mars emerged in the first place. It's because those who had survived had some level of technological aptitude, but nothing close to those at a higher level during the dark age of technology. Consequently, much of the highly advanced tech they discovered or knew of appeared in that classic quotation, indistinguishable from magic. Or to put it another way, one man's magic is another's divine machine spirit. So, while it would be quite acceptable for a member of the Mechanicus to gain further understanding
That's another thing. They're because they're like viewing it as machine spirit, instead of like trying to understand how something necessarily works, they just want to know how to turn it on and operate it, but not understand how, and then maybe like be able to repair it. But the knowledge of like figuring out how something intrinsically works isn't as important, because they believe it is in a religious sense, like if I do the correct rites and repair it this way, then the machine will work, because the machine is like a spirit, and like they're like praying to it and stuff like that. So they don't believe it's their work or their knowledge that is causing it to work. They believe it's the machine spirit that is allowing this thing to work, almost as if it's magic in that sense. So Tech Bree's kind of dumb. It's cool, it's interesting lore, but if you think about it, their pursuit of knowledge isn't a true pursuit of knowledge in actuality.
about existing technology so that it can be properly maintained.
Learn to turn it on and pray to God it works, basically.
Or reasonably adapted to be, say,
They're
more
smart and dumb
efficient,
at the
more
same
powerful,
time,
or perhaps
basically.
reimagined for deployment on a larger
Thing
or
is, like,
smaller
they know they're the smartest in like the Imperium, if you think about it, like in all the Imperium, like they know how to operate things and make things work the best, like out of anyone. That's why they're in charge of so many stuff and like repairing things. Like they have the most knowledge, but they're unwilling to go push beyond that because of the religious part of their knowledge gathering. And so we've got other Xenos, like other races, space races, that are actually pursuing greater technologies and knowledge, such as like the Tau, etc., and are actually making advancements. Meanwhile, tech priests not so much. They're just maintaining.
Form. There could also be, for example, some adjacent purpose to which a technology could be used, and just some speculation.
And then, of course, trying to acquire old tech, like reacquiring knowledge essentially, but not ever pushing past.
If a tech priest were to adapt a plasma weapon into a plasma tool for industrial purposes,
that's why I like Space Marine, no politics and BS. That sounds like a very false state. Space Marines have no politics and BS. Oh, that sounds like, just based on what I've learned, that sounds like a very false statement there. That's so wrong.
Acceptable. Now, while I don't think we could go so far as to say that they would reverse engineer technology, because, as noted previously, reverse engineering is a term thrown around as if it were the simplest thing in the world.
That's why the whole 40k universe looks like it got shot back to the industrial age. Yeah, because it's a mixture. This is like a post-apocalyptic world where a lot of technology has been lost. So we're getting to be able to, when they discover old technology, it gets to be this like blend of like old versus future tech kind of blend, but mostly a lot of like really older stuff, because it seems like a lot of, in the Dark Age, like a lot of the like more high-techy super like CPUs, AI, like high-tech stuff was all like destroyed in war.
It's not.
Meanwhile, like we've got like older, more mechanical tech is like standing the test of time, and they're able to find that on older worlds and stuff like that. No god, they got no gaming PCs in 40k.
You need at least the basic scientific and specific engineering principles to be familiar with something as a starting point, or to have advanced beyond them. Because without that, and especially given the massive divide in technological understanding between the Mechanicus and most advanced tech from the Dark Age of technology, such a process is really not achievable. You could just insert your own, it's like...
yeah, I mean, they do have PCs, but they mean like a game. Like, they mean like gaming PCs.
like giving a person from X period, X object, and ask them to reverse engineer it. Analogy here.
I don't know. If you were caught just gaming for pure enjoyment and pleasure, you might be accused of being a heretic. That's some indulgence and Slaneshi behavior there.
An exception would be if we were talking about an existing piece of complex Imperial hardware, but the Mechanicus had lost the specifics on how to maintain it. It's feasible that some research will be conducted.
What the? Who the heck? Someone's trying to invite me to play Dead by Daylight. I don't know what's up.
Conducted by tech priests who are at least somewhat familiar with those systems, and in doing so they could rediscover how to continue to maintain it, with a focus on the salvaging of knowledge there, not really making jumps forward. The point is though, this is still far from what we would generally mean when we speak about conducting research, because usually what that means is using existing understanding to innovate, produce new experimental ideas that could or could not bring us advancement and benefit. Generally speaking, for the ordinary non-fringe members of the Mechanicus, this is not an activity they want to partake in. And it's something I always want to underscore, because I couldn't possibly count how often I see comments saying things like, surely the Imperium would dedicate one world to R&D. Why don't they? Or, in war, this is always where we see the fastest, most powerful advancements. Why doesn't that happen in the Imperium? And the simple answer is because it's not up to the Imperium. Their weaponry and technology are supplied by the Mechanicus, and the Mechanicus have very specific views on research, because they're ordered by a cult religion, not scientific principles of logic
they find
and
another
advancement.
good STC.
And for some reason, that's a concept people seem very often to struggle with. This idea that they don't want to invent and create things to move forward because they focus on a cult religion, not just logical forward thinking. So this is fundamentally why they can't take their existing levels of understanding and then just make the next step. But is that really such a heretical concept, you might ask? Well, quite simply for the Mechanicus, it is. Because it lies within their core foundational beliefs that the machine god has provided all technology and indeed knowledge for humanity. Therefore, why would you waste your time attempting to create a feeble, pale imitation when divine gifts have already been given by your deity? In many ways, even believing oneself capable of attempting to do so would be extremely insulting to their beliefs.
It's like those. that one religion where they still like live on a farm and they don't like have any like tech and they do everything like still really traditional, you know, like Amish. Yeah, it's like the Amish. They're like the Amish if you think about it. Amish? Amishaya? 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 Tech priests are Amish confirmed.
Perfect organic beings, most tech priests believe they must rely on ritual over understanding. They hold the strong belief that the slightest deviation from ritual is an invitation to disaster and will lead to the unleashing of uncontrollable forces. And with good reason as to why.
It's okay. The Amish aren't gonna get upset at me because they're not on YouTube, or they shouldn't be.
System in the first place. Imagine it like this: there's a massive human apocalypse. A small percentage of the population survives. They discover miraculously a step-by-step button-pushing 1, 2, 3 guide on how to run a nuclear reactor, and that reactor can power all the towns for the remaining people. But none of the people surviving have any concept at all about engineering, science, nuclear energy, other than knowing it's very, very, very dangerous and in the past caused massive destruction and devastation. But they could see that following this textbook was going to be beneficial enough that it was worthwhile. Would you then want to start deviating from that plan, messing around with things, deciding, hey, why don't we just skip this step and see what happens? Probably not. And that's kind of how it is for the Mechanicus. There's a lot of technology, some very, very advanced stuff to do with
like,
the
if I
machine
don't pray, what if it goes wrong?
They fundamentally just do not understand. But they do know that if they follow, quite literally, religiously, the steps to how to maintain and construct and operate those things, then nothing much is going to go wrong. And that's how they tend to view things and operate. The other thing is that the ego and arrogance that would be required to presume oneself capable of independently creating is for the Mechanicus almost beyond comprehension, because to begin to even come close to replicating the knowledge gifted by the machine god is for Mechanicus
another point.
An equation that can't be reconciled. The Emperor himself was only given a pass because they believe him to be the Omnisire. Of course, there'll always be exceptions to the rule, figures like Belisarius Cawl, who do have the ego and arrogance to believe themselves so powerful a creator that they can stand apart from others and create where others have remained restrained. Even then, for all of Cawl's impressive achievements with the Primaris and their equipment, all he really did was take existing technology and modify it to suit their needs. So even Cawl didn't really stray far outside the lines, he just perhaps stepped one side of the line to test the strictness of the rules. Then you have the tech priests themselves, the members of the Mechanicus, or just scientists outside of their order who may get ideas above their station at one time or another, who go rogue or underground and begin developing concepts and technology that are truly original. But doing so carries significant risks of being condemned of tech heresy, and after an agonizing mental scouring and interrogation, usually going to be summarily executed.
You just gotta be like, no, I found it in an STC, I swear. It's not my idea. No. The Omnisire sent me this in a dream.
Extract information from heretics, one being so-called metal fatigue, whereby a small bionic implant is used to slowly disintegrate the subject's cybernetic components, this causing them excruciating pain that very few are able to resist, and any who do will die in agony, bereft of their precious bionics.
Ew.
In terms of the Mechanicus and its stagnation though, there remains this debatably counterproductive concept that anybody who dares to innovate and come up with original concepts would be purged along with all their research and achievements, all being destroyed on principle.
Oh boy.
Which may be as insane as it sounds, but who would call the Imperium ever rational? Besides, while this may be true for rogue tech priests, a precedent has been set now by Archmagos Belisarius Cawl, and one can only wonder what doors he has opened through his actions. In terms though of how, or perhaps why, the Imperium and Mechanicus continue to hemorrhage technology and knowledge is at least in part due to its uncompromising administrative structure. And there's always my favourite, I must emphasise, speculative scenario that can be applied to the grim and irrational bureaucratic insanity of the Imperium, through the lens of a humble, insignificant administratum adept, who, while still on their probationary period, discovers a transcript or astropathic interpretation from an unimportant, distant Imperial planet. But it seems to point to the almost unbelievable discovery of an STC template, one that could hold immense value potentially for the Imperium. But just as they're about to rejoice in the honor of being the first to convey this communication, they're struck by a cold sweat that consumes their soul. They see, to their horror, that the paperwork has only been stamped twice, not the mandatory 3 times as was strictly required. The fact that it had been so heavily emphasized by their department supervisor days earlier, and who was incredibly short-tempered and intimidating during their induction period. They witnessed another potential adept being brutally excoriated for having the audacity to double-check a processing technicality and for not valuing the authority nor time of said supervisor, them being dragged away screaming with the promise of becoming a servitor by the end of the day, still ringing in their ears. Whether that was true or not, or merely for the motivational purposes of other adepts, they couldn't be sure. So now our newly inducted adept is presented with the classic problem of Imperial bureaucracy, consumed with fear at the prospect of making an early, possibly career, possibly life-ending administrative error that could incur the wrath of their supervisor and see themselves excluded from holding any position of worth, along with the credits needed for half-decent hab rations, or gamble on submitting an invalid document for closer assessment and the promise of potential glory. After careful consideration, the adept decides to err on the side of being technically correct, repeatedly drilled into them during the training. And so the valuable message is placed exactly where it belongs, into the invalid tube, whereupon it swiftly descends to the furnace, and the STC that could have potentially saved billions of lives is consumed by administrative fire, likely to then be lost or destroyed on the planet itself by an invasion of orcs who smash it to pieces for being stupid and boring. It's only a speculative scenario, but it's one that always makes me amused because it fits the madness of the Imperial bureaucracy so perfectly with its satirical dystopian bleakness. But to get back on topic, this truly is part of the problem when it comes to the relative ignorance of the Mechanicus. No matter that to an ordinary human, tech priests hold what must appear to be...
Alright, we have an ad break coming up and I cannot delay it anymore, so we're gonna take a quick break here. Also, it's getting late. We'll see how long we'll keep going, because we did not make as much progress as I thought we would. I paused a bit too much, I guess, or something, because we're only at 1:32 now. Jeez. Anyways, be right back. See you after this ad break. Boop. Hi. I'm back. Alright, it is getting really late here though for me, and I'm trying to get back onto a good sleep schedule, which I've been really struggling to. I'm actually gonna have to put my phone like on the table across from my bed so that I don't stay up on my phone late at night, because I've been wasting hours not sleeping on my phone in bed and then not waking up at the time I need to make some important phone calls and stuff, and it's been turning into a big procrastination of mine with a few things I need to get done in the morning. So I'm gonna have to let you guys go. We will definitely be doing some more Warhammer lore either later this week or, well, technically it's pretty late in the week, probably early next week. Then we'll do some more lore. And I'd love to maybe finish some more Adeptus Mechanicus, maybe go into some of the Adeptus Ridiculous videos, and finally choose a video that I would like to watch on one of the factions that I'm interested in. So yeah, thank you all for watching, those of you in the stream, and those of you possibly watching from YouTube right now. Thank you. And we're gonna get a raid ready. Let's see who's online. Oh, that's me. Let's see. Who is on? I think Matara is still on here. So we're gonna raid her because I haven't raided for her 1-year anniversary yet. And she's actually doing playing 40k at 40k subs, so she's doing a really big subathon, and I want to help support that. So let's get our raid messages ready and get the raid going. Alrighty. I hope you guys have an excellent rest of your morning, evening, afternoon, or night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow for a tomorrow's Friday, so probably a little bit earlier in the afternoon we'll start the stream then. Okay. Bye bye. Jane, mata ne. Boop.